les verbes et les prépositions, okay? And then, well, a few keywords that we should definitely see before starting. Quelqu'un, so because I will use them quite often in these videos. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, or someplace, okay? And we'll start with the first verb, and it's quite useful because it's avoir, to have. So let's see the structures that we can make with this verb, okay? So the first one is avoir quelqu'un, quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition right after or right before. Then the second structure we could build or we could make would be avoir quelque chose à, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. Okay? Avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif. Or then just avoir à plus infinitif. Okay, so here are the three structures that we can make with avoir. Avoir quelqu'un, avoir quelque chose, avoir quelque chose à plus infinitif, and then avoir à plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe cacher. Cacher means to hide. And then cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose. So you can see that we don't have any preposition here. Cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un. Same thing, no preposition before. Cacher que, and then be careful because it's not because you introduce the structure of the verb with que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case it shouldn't be at the subjunctive form but indicatif. Okay, so cacher que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Cacher quelqu'un, cacher quelque chose, cacher quelque chose à quelqu'un, cacher que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay? Verbe suivant, verbe causer. Okay, and you can see that the translation is quite easy. Causer quelque chose. Okay, so no preposition. Causer quelque chose. Or then, causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? Causer quelque chose. Causer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Actually, it's quite easy, this one. Let's see the next one. And of course, it's a bit more tricky. It's the verb changer. Okay, changer. So, first structure, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Okay, so in that case, you can see no preposition, changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose. Second structure, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose. Okay. Third structure, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay. So these two structures, the one with the pour and contre, actually they mean the same thing. Okay. Changer quelqu'un en quelque chose. Or then it could be changer quelque chose en quelque chose. And the last one could be changer de quelqu'un, or then changer de quelque chose. Alright, so one more time. Changer quelqu'un, changer quelque chose, changer quelque chose pour quelque chose, changer quelque chose contre quelque chose, changer quelqu'un en quelque chose, changer quelque chose en quelque chose, or then changer de quelqu'un, or changer de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe choisir. And then, first structure, choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose. So you can see we don't have any preposition before. And then it could be choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un. In the same way, we could have choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose. It could be also choisir ce que, and then the verb should be at the indicatif right after. Okay, and the last one would be choisir de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form. Okay, so one more time. Choisir quelqu'un, choisir quelque chose, choisir entre quelqu'un et quelqu'un, choisir entre quelque chose et quelque chose, choisir ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif, choisir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Le verbe suivant est le verbe commencer. Ok, and commencer means to start. Ok, first structure, commencer quelque chose. Ok, no preposition, just commencer quelque chose. And then it could be also commencer par quelque chose. D'accord? And then commencer par, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form after. And the last one would be commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Commencer quelque chose, commencer par quelque chose, commencer par plus verbe à l'infinitif, commencer à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Verbe suivant, verbe comprendre. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any prepositions before. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And then comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. So you can see that we've got both options here. Okay, so I won't explain in this video the reason why, because I've been doing a video that or many videos that cover the subjunctive topic. Okay, and well, the situations when you should use this indicative or the subjunctive. So if you're not sure about the difference between the two, then I definitely advise you to watch these videos, because well, you will understand the difference between the two. Okay, one more time. Comprendre quelqu'un, comprendre quelque chose. Comprendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Comprendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif, comprendre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe connaître. Connaître is, well, means to know. And then first structure, no preposition, connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose. Second structure, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. D'accord? Connaître quelqu'un, connaître quelque chose, connaître quelque chose à quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe conseiller. Conseiller could be translated by advice or counsel. Première utilisation, première structure, no preposition, conseiller quelqu'un. Ok? And then conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord? And then conseiller à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Or then the last one, conseiller que plus subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Conseiller, conseiller quelqu'un, conseiller quelque chose à quelqu'un, conseiller à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, conseiller que plus subjonctif. Okay? Verbe suivant, verbe coûter. Ok, coûter quelque chose, pas de préposition, coûter quelque chose. Or then it could be coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Or then coûter de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Ok, so coûter quelque chose à quelqu'un, coûter de plus infinitif. Les verbes et les prépositions. Okay, but then first we should definitely see some keywords, because I will use them when I will explain the structures that we'll make with the verbs. So quelqu'un means someone, somebody. Quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. So quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Okay. First verb, and it's craindre. Okay, better translation here in English. So let's see now the structures that we can make with this verb. And the first one is craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition. Or then it can be craindre pour quelque chose. Okay, or then we can use this preposition de, craindre de, and then the verb that will come after should be at the infinitive form. And the last option we've got is craindre que, and then the verb should be at the subjonctif. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Craindre quelqu'un, craindre quelque chose, craindre pour quelque chose, craindre de plus verbe à l'infinitif, craindre que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant. Croire, and croire means to believe. So we can see the structures here. The first one, la première, craindre croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Okay, so you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Second option would be croire à quelque chose. Option numéro 3, croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Okay, then croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Then croire, and after that you just put a verb at the infinitive. And the last option we would have would be croire que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not because we're using this que that we will put all the verbs at the subjunctive. Okay, I've been making some videos regarding this topic, so, and especially in that case with croire, it should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Croire quelqu'un, croire quelque chose. Croire à quelque chose. Croire en quelqu'un, croire en quelque chose. Croire quelque chose de quelqu'un. Croire plus verbe à l'infinitif. Croire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. And the next verb is décider. Décider, okay. First structure, décider quelque chose. So you can see that we don't put any preposition here. Décider quelque chose, okay. Second structure, décider de quelque chose. Décider quelqu'un a, and the verb should be at the infinitive after, okay. Décider de, and the verb should be at the infinitive after. Or then, décider que plus indicatif. Okay, remember, it's not with subjunctive, but indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Décider quelque chose. Décider de quelque chose. Décider quelqu'un a plus verbe à l'infinitif. Décider de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Décider que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe découvrir. Découvrir, to discover. It's actually quite simple because we've got two structures possible. The first one, no preposition, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose. Okay. Or then, découvrir que plus indicatif. D'accord? Donc, découvrir quelqu'un, découvrir quelque chose, découvrir que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, verbe demander. Première structure, demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. So, no preposition here. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose. Deuxième structure, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un. Demander à quelqu'un de, and the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so demander à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. And the last one, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Demander quelqu'un, demander quelque chose, demander quelque chose à quelqu'un, demander à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, demander que plus verbe au subjonctif. And then the verb descendre. Okay, means go down, take down. Première possibilité, descendre quelque part. Okay, descendre quelque part. Deuxième possibilité, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose. No preposition here. Or then it could be descendre de quelqu'un. or then descendre de quelque chose. And the last one, descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time. Descendre quelque part, descendre quelqu'un, descendre quelque chose, descendre de quelqu'un, descendre de quelque chose, or then descendre plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester, détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. No preposition. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. D'accord? Then it could be détester plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, so one more time. Détester quelqu'un, détester quelque chose. Détester plus verbe à l'infinitif. Détester que plus verbe au subjonctif. Dire. So we've got 2 pages for this dire because it's quite rich when we're talking about the structures that we can make with this verb. Okay, so the first one, dire quelque chose. So no preposition here. Dire quelque chose. Okay, so you can have dire quelque chose à quelqu'un. It's also possible to say dire quelque chose de quelqu'un or quelque chose. Dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Dire quelque chose à quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelqu'un, dire quelque chose de quelque chose, dire quelque chose sur quelqu'un, dire quelque chose sur quelque chose. Okay? Second page, as I said. Dire plus infinitif. Dire que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. All right, so you can see that in that case, well, we can see that que here is followed by the indicatif, but then à quelqu'un que should be followed by the subjunctif. Okay, if you don't know how to make them, then check the channel and try to find the subjunctive videos, and I explain you how to make them. But then one more time, so dire plus infinitif, dire que plus indicatif, dire ce que plus indicatif, dire à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, dire à quelqu'un que plus subjonctif. Discuter, discuter quelque chose. So you can see no preposition here, but then it's also possible to use this de, discuter de quelque chose, or then discuter sur quelque chose. Okay, so discuter quelque chose, discuter de quelque chose, discuter sur quelque chose. Et participe passé invariable. So I've been thinking about this thing, and then, well, we've been covering the participe passé already a long time ago, and we've been seeing that we need them if we want to structure or to compose or to make composed tenses. And then in many situations, when we put the pronoun at a certain place, we've got to put at the end of this participe passé whether the feminine or then the plural. But then there is a list of participe passé that will actually never change for a good reason. It's whether they are coming from verbe intransitif, or then they are coming from what we call verbe transitif indirect, and clearly that will give us this list of participe passé invariable. So it does mean that they will never actually be affected by this feminine thing that you've got to put at the end, or then the plural thing that you get to put at the end. They will stay the same. Okay, so of course the list was a bit longer than what I've been selecting, but then, well, I've been selecting the most used verbs that normally students at this level should know or should use. Okay, so that's the reason why the list is quite long, but not as long as it could be. All right, so let's start now with the first one. So what I will do, I will read each time first the participe passé here, okay, and then after that I will read the infinitive form. Okay, so let's start now. Abouti, aboutir. Aboyer, aboyer. Accéder, accéder. Agi, agir. Appartenu, appartenir. Atterri, atterrir. Bailler, bailler. Bavarder, bavarder. Bondi, bondir. Briller, briller. Capituler, capituler. Circuler, circuler. Consister, consister. Contribuer, contribuer. Correspondu, correspondre. Déjeuner, déjeuner. Déplu, déplaire. Dîner, dîner. Divorcer, divorcer. Dormi, dormir. Durer, durer. Éternuer, éternuer. Été, être. Évoluer, évoluer. Exister, exister. Failli, faillir. Fallu, falloir. Fonctionner, fonctionner. Hésiter, hésiter. Insister, insister. Oops, sorry, mistake here. It should be ER, okay? Lutter, lutter. Marcher, marcher. Menti, mentir. Naviguer, naviguer. Neiger, neiger. Participer, participer. Patienter, patienter. Persister, persister. Plus, plaire. Plus, pleuvoir. Just 1 second to remind you, and we saw that previously, that these two verbs, plaire and pleuvoir, share the same participe passé. Okay? So it's not a mistake in that case, they just have the same participe passé. Procéder, procéder. Profiter, profiter. Réagir, réagir. Régner, régner. Résider, résider. Résister, résister. Ressembler, ressembler. Rire, rire. Séjourner, séjourner. Sembler, sembler. Souper, souper. Souris, sourire. Stationner, stationner. Succéder, succéder. Suffit, suffire. Surgit, surgir. Survécu, survivre. Sympathiser, sympathiser. tarder, tarder. Trembler, trembler. Tricher, tricher. Triompher, triompher. Voyager, voyager. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and when we're talking especially about les verbes du premier groupe en CER. Okay, so if you remember correctly, well, I told you that when we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with ER, we're talking about regular verbs, which is the case, but then we've got some subgroups, and these groups actually, they will have to be, or the verbs in these groups will have to be slightly modified during conjugation for a good reason. You'll see why. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb, lancer. Lancer is to throw something or then to launch something, and well, that's the thing. We will have three tenses that will be concerned by these modifications. The first one will be le présent, then l'imparfait, then le passé simple. We don't really use that much le passé simple, but still it's quite important to actually introduce, I mean, this tense and to show you, I mean, what modifications we'll have. Okay, and then the other thing will be the form of le participe présent, which is quite useful to actually see. When we're talking about le présent, actually the only form that will be affected or modified somehow will be the nous form. Okay, and if you take 1 minute to actually think about that, normally if we would respect the rule, so for the regular verbs, we should write the verb like LANC, so without the CD here, and then ONS, okay? But then phonetically, we would get l'encon, okay? Nous l'encon, and then the problem that we would have would be, well, difficulty to make the connection with this form and the infinitive, because the infinitive is lancer, okay? And if we get this form l'encon, actually it would be quite difficult to really make the connection between them. So just to get the sound s that we've got in the infinitive, well, we only need to put this cd, okay, and we'll get this nous lançons. All right, so, and that's the only modification we will have to make for this group or subgroup, if you want, of irregular verbs. Okay, it will be exactly the same thing for the imparfait form. Okay, so I did put this je and tu because they have the same ending here, but it will be exactly the same thing. So instead of just putting this c here, you will put this cd and you will get je lançais, tu lançais. Okay, for the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So we only need to put this cd and we'll get il lança, all right? And then participe présent, exactly the same modification. Just need to put the cd to get the s sound, lançant. All right, so let's have a look at the imparfait form. And the imparfait form goes like je lançais, tu lançais, il lançait, nous lancions. So you can see that here you don't need to put the cd because when you combine c and e, well, it's the sound s, okay? Vous lanciez, so exactly the same thing for the same reason. And then il lançait, okay? So you can see the modifications here, 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 and here, okay? For the present form, je lance, tu lances, il lance, nous lançons, so as I said, it's here, okay? Vous lancez, il lance. So clearly for all the forms, all the other forms, you don't modify it. I mean, you just respect the rule, when we're talking about the regular verbs, okay? But then the only thing is here, as I said, for nous, then in that case, you get to put la cédille. And then let's see le passé simple. Je lançais, tu lanças, il lança, nous lançâmes, vous lançâtes, ils lancèrent. So you can see that there is only one form that won't be affected by that, but then all the others will need to be modified with the cd, like here. Okay? So remember, présent imparfait, passé simple, and then participe présent will be the tenses and the forms affected by these or these modifications. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we're talking about the verbs from the first group ending with GER, okay? Because if you remember carefully, when I introduced the first group, it was a long time ago, I know, but then I said that, well, actually the first group of verbs are regular verbs, and that's true. I mean, for the endings, it won't be really a problem, but then for some subgroups, we will have some modifications, and this is one of the subgroup that we will talk about, verbs ending with GER, and we'll see the reason why we've got these modifications. I wanted to take a simple and useful verb, so it's bouger. Bouger is to move, okay? And then we will see that the tenses that will be affected by these modifications will be le présent, l'imparfait, and then le passé simple. Okay, and then we'll have this participe présent form that will be also affected by that. Okay, but then when we're talking about le présent, actually the good news is that we'll have only one form that will be affected or modified, and this is the nous form. Okay, so if you have a look, and if we would respect the rule, we should write it like nous and then B-O-U-G, so without this E here, O and S. But then let's just imagine that the E is not here. Phonetically, we would get the sound bougon, nous bougon. And then the problem is that it would be difficult to actually make a connection with the infinitive bougon, okay? And the infinitive is bouger, je, okay? So ge and je, all right? So the only way, or the only possibility that we've got to make actually this phonetical connection with this form and the infinitive is by adding this here, okay? And so when you put this here, you will get the sound bougeons, okay? And in that case, you know what verbs we are, or what verb we are talking about. Nous bougeons, all right? So it's only this nous form that will be affected at the present tense. If you're talking about imparfait, then, well, I did put this je and tu, actually, but then we'll see a bit later that we'll have more forms affected by it, but then for the same reason and with the same tool, so adding this we will actually have the connection, phonetical connection with the infinitive. Je bougeais, tu bougeais. All right. For the passé simple, it will be exactly the same thing. So I did put this il, but then we'll see that other persons are concerned as well. Il bougea. Okay. So exactly the same thing here for the participe présent. So we will get bougeant. All right. So let's have a look now at the present form. Je bouge, tu bouges, il bouge, nous bougeons, vous bougez, il bouge. Okay, so as I said, you can see that we've got only the nous form that will be modified, because all the other forms, well, they are exactly respecting the rules of the regular verbs. And then imparfait, it will go like je bougeais, tu bougeais, il bougeait, nous bougions, vous bougiez, il bougeait. So if you look carefully, it's actually quite interesting, because nous and vous are not concerned by that, just because if you remember, when we combine G and I, we get the sound J. Okay, so that's the reason why we don't need to add this here. Okay, but then it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's also here for the plural. Okay, let's have a look at the passé simple now. Je bougeais, tu bougeas, il bougea, nous bougeâmes, vous bougeâtes, ils bougèrent. Okay, so if you look carefully, then it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, and it's here. So actually there is only this il at the plural form that won't be affected or modified. Okay, so remember, le présent, l'imparfait, le passé simple, and le participe présent will be the forms or tenses that will be affected or modified. A conjugaison irrégulière, and especially we're talking about the first group of verbs ending with er, and in that case we'll see the verbs that will end with oeil, okay? Just wanted to take a useful verb, and well, envoyer, to send, is actually quite useful. And so we'll see in this video that when we're talking about these verbs, so this subgroup of verbs that normally should be regular, well, they will be irregular, but, and it will only affect l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Okay, so we'll see the conjugation together. So for the indicatif présent, let's see, so it will go like j'envoie, tu envoies, il envoie, nous envoyons, vous envoyez, ils envoient. Okay, so you can see that actually here, 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 and here it's a bit different that normally it should be if we would respect the rule. So let's see now for the futur simple. J'enverrai, tu enverras, il enverra, nous enverrons, vous enverrez, ils enverront. Okay, so now you can see that there is a big difference between what we saw, I mean, for the main group of verbs from the first group and this one, because actually, you know, enverrai form is quite far in a way from the envoyer. Okay, so let's see now conditionnel présent. Well, clearly it will be the same construction or the same idea of construction, so same modification. J'enverrai, tu enverrais, il enverrait, nous enverrions, vous enverriez, ils enverraient. Okay, and then let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que j'envoie, que tu envoies, qu'il envoie, que nous envoyons, que vous envoyez, qu'ils envoient. Okay, and then you can see that here, 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 and here it's a bit different. That's what it should be normally if we would respect the rule for the verbs of the first group. So remember, when we're talking about the verbs ending with o, y, er, then the following tenses will be affected and modified. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Okay, check the video one more time if you really need to remember it, because it can be tricky in some way, because especially for the futur simple and conditionnel présent, I mean phonetically indicatif présent and then subjonctif présent, they don't really change that much, but then if you've got to talk or if you've got to speak with someone, futur simple and conditionnel, I mean modification is quite big. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and will especially work on les verbes that will end with u, y, er. Okay, les verbes en u, y, er. And I wanted to take, well, simple verb. The verb is essuyer, so it means to wipe. Okay, essuyer, and we'll see that well, this verb, like the others that will end with u, y, er, well, it will be a bit difficult, or they will change a little bit. So even if it's a regular verb, so it belongs to the first group of verbs ending with er, okay, but then you'll see that few modifications will be found. So we're talking about l'indicatif présent. We will see that le futur simple will be concerned as well, and then conditionnel présent and subjonctif présent. Okay, so for the other tenses, actually these verbs will behave like all the other regular verbs ending with er. Okay, so let's see now le présent, and we'll have a look. So it's j'essuie, tu essuies, il essuie, nous essuyons, vous essuyez, ils essuient. Okay, and if you look carefully, then you can see that for the first form here, actually this y is changing, and now it's e. Okay, same thing here, and then it will be exactly the same thing here. Okay, for nous and vous, actually, it does respect the rule for the first group or for the verbs ending with er, so actually you don't really modify it, you just put this y and after that the ending, so y and the ending, okay? But then keep in mind that for the je, tu, il, and then il, in that case you can see that this y will be changed and it will be replaced by i, okay? So let's see now le futur simple. J'essuierai, tu essuieras, il essuiera, nous essuierons, vous essuierez, ils essuieront. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that, I mean, you can see that this y will be changed and modified and it will be replaced by this i, and you can see that in that case here for the futur simple form, it does concern all the forms. So je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Okay, so let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'essuierai, tu essuierais, il essuierait, nous essuierions, vous essuieriez, ils essuieraient. And it's exactly the same modification, so this y is changed and modified with i here, so, and it does affect all the persons. Okay, and so finally, let's see le subjonctif présent. Que j'essuie, que tu essuies, qu'il essuie, que nous essuyons, que vous essuyez, and then qu'ils essuient. Okay, and exactly as we had for the present form of the indicatif, so the one we saw in just the first one. So same thing here. So y is changed and replaced by i, okay, for je, tu, and il, and same thing for il at the plural form. So that's the only modifications you need to do. Okay, endings are staying the same and they don't change at all. Okay, so let's remember that if you've got these verbs, so ending with u, y, er, well, indicatif présent will be slightly modified as we saw, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent as well. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and then we'll focus on les verbes en a, y, er. Okay, so the verbs that will end with a, y, er. Okay, so I wanted to take, well, a classic verb that we tend to use quite often, and it's payer, to pay. Payer, okay, so a, y, er here, and we'll see that even if it belongs to the first group, so ending with er, so regular group, well, this verb will be slightly modified, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, actually these verbs will follow the rule, so the endings will be the same, and then the way we construct and the way we build the forms will be the same. But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, so we'll see together that we'll have slight or little changes. Okay, so we'll start with the présent. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, il paie. All right, so what you can see is that this y actually, well, disappears and is replaced by this i. All right, so like here, so it does concern the je, tu, il. Actually, for nous and vous, you can see that it's here, so it's not a problem. So it does follow the normal rule of conjugation for the first of, so the verbs of the first group, sorry. And then for il, the plural form, it's exactly the same as we have for je, tu, and il. So you change this y and you put i instead. Okay, so that's the way it should be done, and that's the way I was taught when I was young. But then the good news is that actually you've got another option for this payer group, or a, y, a group because it is now allowed to write them or to write these verbs like that as well. Okay, so it's a good news because it does mean that in fact it is possible to write them like you should write them, you know, when you, because they belong to the first group of verbs. So it can go like that. So je paie, tu paies, il paie, nous payons, vous payez, and then il paie. Okay, and in that case it's quite funny because we tend to make the difference maybe in pronunciation, so between this one, je paie, and then some persons can pronounce je paye. Okay, tu paies, tu payes, il paie, il paye. Here it's the same, nous payons, nous payons, vous payez, vous payez, il paie, and then il paye. Okay, and then futur simple, so as you can see I've been dividing the screen in two, so it does mean that it will be the same. So we'll see first the official and the way l'Académie Française would like us to write it or to say it. So je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, and then ils paieront. Okay, so you can see that it's exactly the same thing. This Y is gone and it's replaced by this I for each forms. Okay, but then it's also possible to use this je paierai, tu paieras, il paiera, nous paierons, vous paierez, ils paieront. Okay, so it is possible and it is an option for you to keep this Y, and actually it won't be considered as a mistake, or it shouldn't be anyway. And then let's see now le conditionnel présent. So je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing. So it is allowed to use this je paierai, tu paierais, il paierait, nous paierions, vous paieriez, il paierait. Okay, so it's a good news. It's possible to use this Y and to keep it if you want it, or then if you want to respect the official rule, you change this Y and you put this I instead. Okay, and let's see now le subjonctif présent. Que je paye, que tu payes, qu'il paye, or then if you want que je paie, que tu paies, qu'il paie, que nous payons, que vous payiez, qu'il paie. Ok, subjonctif présent, que je paye, ou que je paie, que tu payes, que tu paies, qu'il paye, que nous payons, que vous payez, qu'il paie, or qu'il paye. Okay, so it's actually quite good, I mean, because you can see that you've got two options, which is quite rare in French. Normally you get one rule and then you should respect it. So for this verb actually, and for the group of verbs that will end with A, Y, E, R, so you will have whether the option of respecting the rule and then make these little modifications, or then if you want to keep, well, the normal rule for the ER verbs, then it's possible. Okay, so keep in mind that indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent and subjonctif présent are concerned. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with E, L, E, R. Okay, so verbs from the first group, so regular verbs, but then in some cases they will be a little bit modified. Okay, but then first thing that we should say is that the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, or then interpeller, actually they won't follow the rules or the rule that we will see in this video. Okay, so I will make a special video right after this one, okay, and then we'll see how they are modified, because they are modified as well in a way, okay, but then they don't follow the rule that we'll see in this video. Okay, so I wanted to take this verb geler, to freeze, okay, and so we'll see that so geler will actually be slightly modified, okay, and it will concern the following tenses: indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. For all the other tenses, actually geler will be conjugated like it should be, or like the other verbs from this first group are conjugated. Okay, so we'll start with the présent and we'll see the forms. Je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, and so what you can see is that je, tu, il, and then il will be concerned by these changes, and in that case we're only talking about this accent grave. Okay, so you will have to remember to put this accent grave on the top of e for je, tu, il, and then il at the plural. If you look carefully for nous and vous, you don't change, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that and respect the rule of conjugation or construction of conjugation. Okay, so je gèle, tu gèles, il gèle, but then nous gelons, vous gelez, il gèle. Okay, so let's see now for the futur simple. Je gèlerai, tu gèleras, il gèlera, nous gèlerons, vous gèlerez, ils gèleront. Okay, so in that case you can see that all the forms are concerned and it's exactly the same modification, so you need to put this accent grave on the top of the first here, j'ai. Okay, so gèlerai, gèlera, gèlera, gèleront, gèlerai, gèleront. Okay, so if we're talking about conditionnel présent now, we'll see the forms. Je gèlerai, tu gèlerais, il gèlerait, nous gèlerions, vous gèleriez, il gèlerait. Okay, so what you can see is that it's exactly the same modification and it will concern all the forms, so accent grave on the top of the first e. Gèlerait, 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 gèlerions, gèleriez, gèlerait. For the subjonctif présent now, it will go like que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, que nous gelions, que vous geliez, qu'il gèle. Okay, so the modification will concern je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form. For nous and vous, actually, you don't modify it, you just keep it like that, and you put the normal endings for the subjonctif présent. So, que je gèle, que tu gèles, qu'il gèle, and then qu'il gèle. Okay, so remember that if we're talking about these verbs, so the verbs of the first group ending with e, l, e, r, the following tenses will be modified, so indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs like appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, and then interpeller. All these verbs, okay, so ending with e, l, e, r, but then the verbs that will be part of the appeler family verbs. Okay, so we'll see that I took this example, so appeler, okay, and then we'll see that the following tenses will be concerned by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually, appeler will follow the rule of the construction of conjugation of the verbs from the first group, so ending with er, okay, but then for these tenses it will be a bit different, okay, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video, and we'll start of course with the présent form. So it will go like j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent. Okay, so if you look carefully, you can see that the je, tu, il, and then the il and the plural forms are concerned, because you can see that we will double the l. Okay, you will have to put another one. Okay, and then it's quite interesting because, as we saw in the previous video, if you have, you know, double L like that, it will affect the pronunciation of the e. So actually it will open the sound, and that's the reason why you will get the sound e, okay? J'appelle, j'appelle, all right? So j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, and now for nous and vous, actually they follow the rule, but then you keep only one L, so that's the reason why you will get the sound appelons. Okay, this is mute or silent, appelons, and then vous appelez. Okay, and back to this open okay, so double L, so appelle. Alright, so j'appelle, tu appelles, il appelle, nous appelons, vous appelez, ils appellent. Okay, so keep in mind that je, tu, il, and then ils are concerned, and that you've got to double the L. Let's see now for le futur simple. J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. So in that case, for the futur simple, all the forms are concerned, and it's exactly the same modification that we saw previously, so you've got to double the L, okay? And it will affect all the forms, so remember, you double the L, so it does open the sound of this and you get E, okay? J'appellerai, tu appelleras, il appellera, nous appellerons, vous appellerez, ils appelleront. Okay, let's see now le conditionnel présent, and it will be exactly the same thing. Sorry, j'appellerai, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay, so same thing. You've got to double the L, and it does concern all the forms. If you can look carefully, so j'appellerai, tu appellerais, il appellerait, nous appellerions, vous appelleriez, ils appelleraient. Okay? And last but not least, le subjonctif présent, que j'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle, que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay? And here you can see that je, tu, il, and il at the plural form are concerned by that. So same thing, you double the L, and then you open the sound of this here. J'appelle, que tu appelles, qu'il appelle, and then here you just keep the form and you just keep the normal ending, que nous appelions, que vous appeliez, qu'ils appellent. Okay, so remember that for all the verbs that belong to this family of verb appeler, okay, appeler, s'appeler, rappeler, se rappeler, interpeller as well, okay, so they will follow the rule, of course, for the endings, but then they will have some modifications, and as we saw, it will concern l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially the verbs that will end with TER, okay, so regular verbs from the first group ending with ER, okay, but then we'll see that these verbs will be, in some cases, a bit different. And then what we should keep in mind is that the verbs from the these family of verbs, so you can see that jeter is the first one, and after that all the verbs will be based on jeter, so déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, and then surjeter. Well, these verbs won't follow the rule, or they will actually follow another rule, so all the things that we'll see in this video, they won't concern these verbs. Okay, so I've been choosing a verb acheter, quite useful. It means to buy, and as you can see, it's TER, so first group, but then we'll see that for the indicatif présent tense, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, it will be slightly different. Okay, for all the other tenses, actually, you just respect the rule that we saw concerning the construction of the conjugation so all the other tenses, I mean, it will follow the rule. Okay, so now we'll see the présent form, and then it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, nous achetons, vous achetez, ils achètent. And so you can see that the only modification we will have to do will be to put an accent grave on the top of this here, okay, and it will concern only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form. Okay, for nous and vous, actually you don't change, and you just respect the rule, or the rule that we saw concerning the construction of the present tense for the first group of verbs, so ending with er. Okay, but then remember that you get to put it, and then you will have to pronounce it. So it goes like j'achète, tu achètes, il achète, and then here ils achètent. Okay. After that, nous achetons, vous achetez. Remember this here is silent or mute. Okay. So for the futur simple, j'achèterai, tu achèteras, il achètera, nous achèterons, vous achèterez, ils achèteront. So here you can see that all the forms will be concerned and affected or modified. Okay, so it's the same rule. So you will put this accent grave here, and then you will change the pronunciation. So you will get this est, achèterait, achètera, achètera, achèteront, achèterait, achèteront. Okay. If we're talking about le conditionnel présent, it will be, well, the same. J'achèterais, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? So, same thing, accent grave here, and then it will affect all the forms. J'achèterais, tu achèterais, il achèterait, nous achèterions, vous achèteriez, ils achèteraient. Okay? And last but not least, let's see, le subjonctif présent. Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, que nous achetions, que vous achetiez, qu'ils achètent. Okay? And then, same thing, accent grave, and it will concern je, tu, il, elle, and then il, elle at the plural form. For nous and vous, you don't change it. Okay? Que j'achète, que tu achètes, qu'il achète, and then plural form, qu'ils achètent. Okay, well, that's it. So remember that for these T, R, you will have to modify at the indicatif présent, at the futur simple, at the conditionnel présent, and subjonctif présent for all the other tenses. The verb will behave like a normal ER verb. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll see especially, well, the verbs that will be constructed based on jeter. Okay, so you get jeter, and then, well, verbs like déjeter, interjeter, projeter, rejeter, surjeter. So they are from the same family, and we're talking about this jeter. So that's the reason why we will see the example of jeter. So jeter, actually, jeter quelque chose, to throw something, or then to pitch something. It could be a ball, or it could be a stone, whatever. But then we'll see that actually the following tenses will be affected by these changes. So we're talking about indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So it does mean that for all the other tenses, well, actually, jeter will follow the rule. So the rule from the first group of verbs, so er, okay. But then for these tenses, we'll see that we will have little changes, and we'll see right away what are these changes for the présent form. And it goes like je jette, tu jettes, il jette, nous jetons, vous jetez, and then il jette. So what we can see here is that je, tu, il, and il will be affected by these changes, and, well, the only change that you will have to make is that you will have to double the t here. T, okay, normally you should have only one, and then you will double it. And by putting two t like that, then it will open the sound of this e, so you will get jette, okay? Je jette, tu jettes, il jette, and then here you don't touch it, jetons, vous jetez, okay? And then back to the change, il jette. Alright, so you double this letter T here, okay? And then let's see now for the futur simple. Je jetterai, tu jetteras, il jettera, nous jetterons, vous jetterez, ils jetteront. So we can see that here this modification will affect all the forms, okay? And it's, well, exactly the same modification as we did previously for the present form. So you double this letter. Jetterai, jettera, jettera, jetteront, jetterai, jetteront. And then for the conditionnel présent form, je jetterai, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, so exactly the same modification, and it will affect, as for the future, it will affect all the persons. So you double your T here, okay, and you get je jetterai, tu jetterais, il jetterait, nous jetterions, vous jetteriez, il jetterait. Okay, and let's see now how le subjonctif présent will be affected. Que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. So what can we see here? We can see that je, tu, il, and then il will be affected because you will have to, as we did previously, double this letter. Okay, but then nous and vous, actually you don't touch them, you just follow the rule of construction of the subjunctive présent for the verbs from the first group. Okay, so que je jette, que tu jettes, qu'il jette, que nous jetions, que vous jetiez, and then qu'il jette. And that's it. So keep in mind that for all the verbs that will belong to this jeter family, then indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, then subjonctif présent will have, I mean, the little changes that we saw. Okay, for all the other tenses, well, no modifications, just follow the rules that we saw previously. Les conjugaisons irrégulières, and we'll focus on the verbs from the first group, and then well, a specific category of verbs that will end with whether or then accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then er. So you've got few examples here, so it could be ending with aider, aimer, né, été, but then many others as well, but then they will follow the rule that we will see here, okay, because actually even if they are regular, they will be affected and they will have slight changes. So I've been taking this amener is to bring, okay, and then so bring someone, and then we'll see that actually the tenses that will have these slight or little changes will be l'indicatif présent, le futur simple, le conditionnel présent, and then le subjonctif présent. It does mean that for all the other tenses, actually this verb amener will just behave like a normal verb from the first group, so it will follow the same rules of construction, okay? But then for indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent, little changes will happen, and that's exactly what we'll see in this video. So we'll start with le présent, and then it will go like j'amène, tu amènes, il amène, nous amenons, vous amenez, ils amènent. Okay, and then what can we see here? We can see that actually je, tu, il, and il will be concerned by this little change, and it's only the accent here, accent grave on the top of this okay, and then it will change, of course, the pronunciation, because you will have this sound open, amen, okay, amen, tu amènes, il amène, nous doesn't change, nous amenons, okay, it's a silent here, mute, amenons, vous amenez, exactly the same thing, you don't pronounce this and then here back this change, so amen. Okay, so remember, the only thing that you will have to change or modify will be to put this accent, l'accent grave. Let's see now for the futur simple. J'amènerai, tu amèneras, il amènera, nous amènerons, vous amènerez, ils amèneront. Okay, so we can see here that all the forms are concerned and all the forms are modified, but then the modification is exactly the same as we saw previously, so it's just this accent grave that you get to put on the top of this amènerait, amènera, amènera, amèneront, amènerait, amèneront. Okay, let's see now for the conditionnel présent. J'amènerai, tu amènerais, il amènerait, nous amènerions, vous amèneriez, ils amèneraient. Okay, and it's exactly the same thing, so we'll have the modification, and this modification will affect all the forms, okay, but it will be exactly the same modification as we saw previously. Just put this accent grave on the top of this amènerait, 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 amènerions, amèneriez, amènerait. Okay, and let's see now the last one, le subjonctif présent, and it goes like que j'amène, que tu amènes, qu'il amène, que nous amenions, que vous ameniez, qu'ils amènent. Okay, and we can see that, well, we'll have the modification, but it will affect only je, tu, il, and then il at the plural form, and it will be exactly the same modification, this accent grave that we get to put on the top of this amène, amène, amène. Then for nous, you don't touch it, so amenions, vous ameniez, and then here, modification for il at the plural form, amène. Okay, and that's it. So remember that for this subgroup of verbs, so the one ending with or then accent aigu, and then une consonne, and then r, okay, so the following tenses will have these slight changes. So indicatif présent, futur simple, conditionnel présent, and then subjonctif présent. So for all the other tenses, no modifications, just put and just conjugate the verb as it should be conjugated according to the rule that will concern all the tenses. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 15, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll see together les mots exclamatifs and especially what we call les adjectifs exclamatifs. So, les adjectifs exclamatifs, well actually it won't be that difficult because we already know them, okay? We're talking about quel for the masculine singular form, then quel for the feminine singular form, and then for the plural form, so quel, and then plural form of the feminine, quel, like that. So the first thing, the good news is that if you listen carefully, quel, 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 okay, so phonetically you get only one form. Of course, when you get this S, well, if you've got a vowel after, then you will have to make this liaison. But then clearly the basic form like that, phonetically it's the same. Okay, we know them already because normally we use them when we ask questions. Okay, this what thing is quel in French. Okay, but then of course we've got to put the correct form according to the word it is connected to, so according to the gender, whether it's masculine or feminine, and then if it's singular or plural. Okay, and let's see how it will go. Sorry, just before that, in most of the cases, and I insist on the most of the cases because we're not talking about all the cases, then when you will build this type of sentence, and we'll see that in few seconds. So the type of sentence that will include this mot exclamatif, so the one we saw, in most of the cases you won't use the verb. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, so with quel, okay, so this is the sentence that could illustrate quite well the use of quel. Quel beau vélo, okay, point d'exclamation. Well, you just want to say, what a beautiful bike. I mean, translation in English is exactly the same, okay? And then you can see that in this sentence, you don't need to put the verb after or then, I mean, in the sentence anyway. Quel beau vélo. Well, you could say, quel beau vélo tu as, for instance, you have, what a beautiful bike you have. But then in most of the cases we don't need to put the verb, so we'll use this structure, quel beau vélo. And don't forget to put this point d'exclamation at the end, okay, because that's the whole concept about the thing, and we're talking about les mots exclamatifs, okay. Quel beau vélo tu as, okay, and then, well, feminine form, and then the singular, it could be, you could use this, quelle gentille serveuse. Okay, what a nice waitress. Quelle gentille serveuse. D'accord? When we're talking about the plural form, then it could be quels enfants sportifs. Okay, so you notice here that I've been making the liaison. So quels enfants sportifs. All right. And the last one for the feminine plural. Quelle fille intelligente. Okay, so quel beau vélo, quelle gentille serveuse, quels enfants sportifs, quelle fille intelligente. So you can see that it's actually quite easy to construct these structures and to use these mots exclamatifs. So if we're talking about les adjectifs exclamatifs here, quel, okay, and then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation at the end of your sentence. That's it for this lesson. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then I'm also on Facebook, so it's right here, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Les mots exclamatifs, and especially les adverbes exclamatifs. Okay, so les adverbes exclamatifs, well, actually they won't be that difficult because we will see in this lesson the first one will be que, then the second one will be ce que, and the last one will be comme. Okay, so in that case we're talking about exclamatif, so exclamation, so it does mean that, well, you could say to someone, tu es intelligent, you are intelligent, okay? But then, of course, if you want to insist, if you want to put this exclamation concept in that, well, first you need to put this point d'exclamation at the end, and of course, normally you will, if it's orally, you will tend to modify a little bit the sentence and the way you pronounce this sentence, so you will insist like, ah, tu es intelligent. Okay, but then of course we've got these adverbs and then we can use them. It will be quite simple. The first one, actually, que, you just need to add it at the beginning of your sentence. Okay, so we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously. So in the example, tu es intelligent, you just need to add this que. Okay, oh, que tu es intelligent. Okay, so in that case, well, sorry, I'm not a good actor, but then I try my best. But when you put this que in that case, well, you will insist on the fact that you are really, really surprised or amazed. Okay, que tu es intelligent. It will be exactly the same thing if you want to use this ce que. It's a bit more spoken, but still exactly the same way of construction. You just need to put ce que at the beginning and you continue your sentence. Oh, ce que tu es intelligent. Okay, and the last one, well, comme. So of course it's another adverb, but then the meaning will be exactly the same. Comme tu es intelligent. Okay, so in all the three cases, the meaning is exactly the same. The adverbs will be different, but still, actually, you get the choice. It's quite good. So you can say que tu es intelligent, ce que tu es intelligent, comme tu es intelligent. Okay. Les interjections, and especially the one that will express la satisfaction ou l'accord. So the first thing that we need to define actually is what is une interjection. Well, it's exactly the same in English. You know, all these little words that you can, in most of the cases, use on their own like that, or then you can combine them with a sentence, okay? And then by using these little words, you will express, well, shortly, your feelings, okay? So in that case, the thing that we would like to express is la satisfaction or l'accord, accord, so to agree, agreement, okay? And then the first option that we could have would be this bien, okay? Second one will be très bien. Third one could be bon. Okay, so bien, très bien, bon. Let's see more of them. Bravo would be an option as well. Bravo. Super. Génial. Okay, so bravo. Super, génial. Cool, parfait, chouette, cool, parfait, chouette. And then actually it's quite interesting because lately we've been noticing that in French language people tend to use a lot this trop, too much, okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien. Okay? Trop fort, trop cool, trop bien. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the part number 5, numéro 5. But then first we should definitely see some keywords together. The first one will be quelqu'un, because I will use these words quite often. So, and it means someone, somebody. And then quelque chose means something, quelque part, somewhere, someplace. Okay, so let's start right now. And the first verb is donner. Donner means to give. So first structure that you can make is donner quelque chose, okay, without any preposition. Or then you can have this donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, okay. Or then donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un, or then pour quelque chose. Alright, so one more time, donner quelque chose à quelqu'un, donner quelque chose pour quelqu'un ou pour quelque chose. Okay? Second verb, douter, d'accord, douter, and then first structure, douter de quelqu'un or de quelque chose. Second structure, douter de plus, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitive. Or then the last structure, douter que, and then your verb should be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so one more time, douter. Douter de quelqu'un, douter de quelque chose, douter de plus verbe à l'infinitif, douter que plus verbe au subjonctif. Verbe suivant, le verbe échanger. Première structure, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Okay, so no preposition before the quelque chose. Échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. Or then échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay, so two structures. The first one, échanger quelque chose avec quelqu'un. The second one, échanger quelque chose contre quelque chose. Okay? And then the next verb is écouter, so quite useful. First structure, écouter quelqu'un ou quelque chose, so no preposition before. Then, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay. And the last one, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay. So one more time, écouter quelqu'un, écouter quelque chose, écouter quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Or then, écouter ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. The next verb is écrire, and écrire is quite important as well because it means to write. First structure, écrire quelque chose, so no preposition before. Écrire quelque chose. Then second structure, écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, or then écrire à quelqu'un de, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form, infinitif. Or then écrire à quelqu'un que, and the verb should be at the indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Écrire quelque chose à quelqu'un, écrire à quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif, or then écrire à quelqu'un que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Okay, the next verb is embrasser. Embrasser means to kiss. And then first structure, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, so two structures, embrasser quelqu'un, embrasser quelque chose, or then embrasser quelque chose à quelqu'un. The next verb is emmener. Première structure, emmener quelqu'un, no preposition. Then, emmener quelqu'un quelque part. Or then, emmener quelqu'un and the verb should be at the infinitive form right after. Okay, so one more time. Emmener quelqu'un quelque part, ou emmener quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Employer. Let's see how it goes. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose. Okay, no preposition. Employer quelqu'un, or then quelque chose, a, and in that case, the verb should be at the infinitive form after. Okay, so one more time. Employer quelqu'un, employer quelque chose, employer quelqu'un ou quelque chose, a, and then the verb at the infinitive form. Emprunter. Emprunter, première structure, emprunter quelque chose, pas de préposition. Emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Ok, encore une fois, emprunter quelque chose à quelqu'un. Le verbe suivant, next verb is engager. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose. Okay, so no preposition before. Engager quelqu'un à, and then the verb should be at the infinitive form. And then engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Okay, so one more time. Engager quelqu'un, engager quelque chose, engager quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif, engager quelque chose dans quelque chose. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the part number 6. But then the first thing that we should see together are the keywords that I will use in this lesson, and the first one is quelqu'un, it means someone, somebody, quelque chose, something, quelque part, somewhere, or someplace. Okay, and we'll see the first verb, and the first verb is enseigner. Okay, so let's start now. Enseigner quelque chose, so without any preposition here. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Okay, well, then you can use enseigner à, and then the verb that should be after must be at the infinitive form. Okay, enseigner comment. Same thing here. You should put the verb at the infinitive form. Okay, and the last one, enseigner que. And then the verb should be at the indicative form. Be careful, it's not because it's introduced by que that it should be at the subjunctive, because in that case, your verb should be at the indicative. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Enseigner quelque chose à quelqu'un. Enseigner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner comment plus verbe à l'infinitif. Enseigner que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entendre. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Entendre quelqu'un ou quelque chose qui, and then the verb should be at the indicative form. Entendre que, okay, and in that case you've got two options, whether indicatif or conditionnel. And then the last one, entendre ce que plus indicatif. Okay, so one more time. Entendre quelqu'un, entendre quelque chose, entendre quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif, entendre quelqu'un, quelque chose, qui plus verbe à l'indicatif, entendre que plus verbe à l'indicatif ou verbe au conditionnel, entendre ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Verbe suivant, entrer. Entrer quelque part, so in that case you can use many prepositions. I just brought 3 of them, but then it could be à, en, dans, etc. And then entrer quelque chose. Okay? Entrer quelque part, à, en, dans, etc. Entrer quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe envoyer. Envoyer. Première structure, envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Okay? Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus infinitif. And the last one, envoyer quelqu'un plus infinitif. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Envoyer quelqu'un, envoyer quelque chose. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Envoyer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Envoyer plus verbe à l'infinitif. Envoyer quelqu'un plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe espérer. Première structure, espérer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Espérer plus infinitif. Espérer que plus indicatif. D'accord? Une fois, encore une fois, sorry about that. Espérer quelque chose. Espérer plus infinitif, espérer que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant, essayer. Première structure, essayer quelque chose. Pas de préposition ici. Deuxième structure, essayer de plus infinitif. Ok, so one more time. Essayer, essayer quelque chose. Essayer de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe excuser. Première structure, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Deuxième, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Troisième structure, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose. Dernière structure, excuser de plus infinitif. Ok, so, excuser, excuser quelqu'un, excuser quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un pour quelque chose, excuser quelqu'un de quelque chose, excuser de plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe expliquer. Expliquer. Expliquer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Expliquer comment plus infinitif. Or then it's also possible to use this. Expliquer comment plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer ce que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Expliquer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, or it's also possible to use the subjunctive form, okay? If you've got a doubt here, whether you should use indicative or subjunctive, I've been making some videos regarding the different of uses concerning indicative and subjunctive, so you should definitely have a look at these videos. Okay? One more time. Expliquer quelque chose à quelqu'un, expliquer comment plus infinitif, expliquer comment plus indicatif, expliquer ce que plus indicatif, expliquer que plus indicatif ou subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe falloir. Falloir. Première structure, falloir quelque chose. So no preposition before. Deuxième structure, falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un. Troisième structure, falloir plus verbe à l'infinitif. Falloir quelque chose pour plus verbe à l'infinitif. And last but not least, falloir que plus verbe au subjonctif. Okay, one more time. Falloir quelque chose à quelqu'un, falloir plus infinitif, falloir quelque chose pour plus infinitif, falloir que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, verbe féliciter. Première structure, féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Deuxième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Troisième structure, féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so one more time, féliciter. Féliciter quelqu'un pour quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de quelque chose. Féliciter quelqu'un de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Les verbes et les prépositions, and it's the number 8. Okay, so but before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together, because I will use them quite often in this video. The first one is quelqu'un, and it means someone or somebody. Then quelque chose, something, and then quelque part, somewhere or someplace. Okay, and we can start with the first verb, and it is fermer. Okay, so let's see now the structures we've got with fermer. And first one, la première, c'est fermer quelque chose. Okay, pas de préposition. Fermer quelque chose. Deuxième structure, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Okay. Encore une fois, fermer quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Deuxième verbe, verbe finir. Verbe finir, première structure, finir quelque chose, pas de préposition, finir quelque chose plus un adverbe. Finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Okay, so you can see many structures, so we'll see them one more time. Finir quelque chose plus un adverbe, finir par quelque chose, finir avec quelque chose, finir par plus verbe à l'infinitif, finir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe fonder. Fonder, regardons les structures ensemble. Fonder quelque chose, pas de préposition. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Ok, so one more time, encore une fois. Fonder quelque chose sur quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe forcer. Forcer. Première structure, forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose. Forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Ok, encore une fois. Forcer quelqu'un, forcer quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à quelque chose, forcer quelqu'un à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe gagner. Gagner, trois structures. Première structure, gagner quelque chose, pas de préposition, gagner quelque chose. Gagner en quelque chose. Troisième structure, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Gagner quelque chose, gagner en quelque chose, gagner à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Verbe suivant, verbe garder. Garder, trois structures. Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Garder quelque chose de quelqu'un. Garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. D'accord ? Garder quelqu'un, garder quelque chose de quelqu'un, garder quelque chose à quelqu'un. Verbe suivant, verbe grandir. Grandir, trois structures possibles. Grandir quelqu'un, pas de préposition. Grandir de quelque chose. Grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Trois structures. La première, grandir quelqu'un, grandir de quelque chose pour la deuxième, grandir de plus verbe à l'infinitif pour la troisième. Verbe suivant, verbe grossir. Grossir, grossir quelqu'un ou grossir quelque chose. Grossir de quelque chose. Donc grossir quelqu'un, grossir quelque chose, grossir de quelque chose. Verbe suivant, verbe habiller. Habiller, habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose. Habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. D'accord? Habiller quelqu'un, habiller quelque chose, habiller quelqu'un en quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Verbe hésiter, hésiter, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose et quelqu'un ou quelque chose. Ok? Hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose, et le dernier, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif. D'accord? Donc encore une fois, hésiter entre quelqu'un, quelque chose et quelqu'un ou quelque chose, hésiter dans quelque chose, hésiter sur quelque chose, hésiter à plus verbe à l'infinitif. Les verbes et les prépositions, et c'est le numéro 9. But then before starting, we should definitely see some keywords together because I will use them quite often in this video. So, quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Ok? Quelqu'un, quelque chose, quelque part. Et le premier verbe est le verbe ignorer. Ignorer. Ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif. Ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Ignorer quelqu'un, ignorer quelque chose, ignorer que plus verbe à l'indicatif, ignorer si plus verbe à l'indicatif. Imaginer. Imaginez quelqu'un, imaginez quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imaginez quelqu'un plus infinitif. Imaginez plus infinitif. Imaginez que plus verbe à l'indicatif. D'accord? Imaginez quelqu'un, imaginez quelque chose. Imaginez quelqu'un plus infinitif. Imaginez plus infinitif, imaginez que plus indicatif. Verbe suivant, imposer. Imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose. Pas de préposition. Imposer quelqu'un, quelque chose à quelqu'un, quelque chose. Imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif. Imposer que plus subjonctif. Donc imposer quelqu'un, imposer quelque chose, imposer quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un ou quelque chose, imposer à quelqu'un de plus infinitif, imposer que plus subjonctif. Verbe suivant, indiquer. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Indiquer quelque chose à quelqu'un. Indiquer que plus indicatif. Indiquer comment plus infinitif. Verbe suivant, interdire. Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un. Interdire de plus infinitif. D'accord? Interdire quelque chose à quelqu'un, interdire de plus infinitif. Introduire. Oops, should be introduce here. C is missing. Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose, introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. D'accord? Introduire quelque chose dans quelque chose, introduire quelqu'un auprès de quelqu'un. Inviter quelqu'un, inviter quelqu'un quelque part, inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif, inviter à quelque chose. D'accord? Inviter quelqu'un quelque part, inviter quelqu'un à plus infinitif, inviter à quelque chose. Jeter quelqu'un dehors. Jeter quelque chose quelque part. Jeter quelqu'un dehors, jeter quelque chose quelque part. Verbe jouer. Jouer quelque chose, jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose, jouer à quelque chose, jouer de quelque chose. Jouer quelque chose, jouer avec quelqu'un ou quelque chose, jouer à quelque chose, jouer de quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un, laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un quelque chose à quelqu'un. Laisser à plus infinitif. Encore une fois, laisser quelqu'un, laisser quelque chose. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose quelque part. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose plus infinitif. Laisser quelqu'un ou quelque chose à quelqu'un. Ou laisser à plus infinitif. Les adjectifs et plus précisément l'adjectif épithète. Okay, so let's see now what it means, because this is the first question. What is l'adjectif épithète? Well, you will see that it's quite simple because it is an adjective, so an adjectif associé à un nom. Okay, so you will associate this adjective to a noun. All right, so we've got the example here, une femme célèbre. Okay, so if you take the time to look, you've got une femme, a woman, and after that you've got this célèbre. Okay, so it's an adjective, and you can see that it's directly connected to une femme. So this is what we call an adjectif épithète. Okay, and the translation is here. So let's see a few examples now. Un animal domestique. So same thing here, you've got domestique right after your noun. Un grand appartement. So it's quite interesting because you've got here grand, so the adjective before the noun. And then the last example, un nouveau livre. Same thing here, you get nouveau before your noun. Okay, and for the translations? So, it's actually quite interesting because we've been noticing that when we talk about l'adjectif épithète, we will have two situations. The first one will be antéposé, so it means that this adjective will come before the noun, okay, avant le nom. Or then the second option, it's actually when the adjective is coming after the noun, so it's postposé, so après le nom. Okay, so whether antéposé or then postposé, before the noun, after the noun. Okay, so let's see now few examples when it's antéposé. And the first one, un bon ami. Okay, so you can see that here you've got this adjective, bon, okay, and then you pronounce it bon ami when you make this link. Second example, une belle femme. So same thing here, you've got this adjective, belle, okay, the feminine form because you've got une femme, but then it's coming before femme. And for the translations, and then we saw that it could come also after, so it will be postposé, okay, and in that case we've got a simple example here, un travail difficile, okay, so you get difficile, and difficile is coming after travail, okay, but it's directly coming, so you get nothing between the two. And then une expérience enrichissante, same thing here, the adjective is coming right after the noun, and of course you've got the feminine form here because une expérience is feminine. And for the translations, l'adjectif attribut. Okay, so we saw in the previous video l'adjectif épithète, and then we'll continue with l'adjectif attribut in this video. Okay, so the question is, what is l'adjectif attribut? Well, l'adjectif attribut, well, clearly it's an adjective, of course, and it will appear, or it will be in or dans un groupe verbal. So it means that you will need to have at least one verb that will somehow introduce this adjective. Okay, so in most of the cases you will see this adjective introduced by être, to be, okay, but then it could be other verbs as well, but then keep in mind that être is quite often used. Okay, so let's see now a few examples. The first one, le canapé est confortable. So you can see that in this structure you get here the subject, le canapé, then you get the verb est, and then you get this adjective. So adjective, this adjective is introduced by être, so est here, so it does mean that it's an adjective attribut. Okay, le canapé est confortable. La vue est magnifique. La vue est magnifique. So exactly the same situation here. You've got la vue, then you've got the verb être, and after that you've got your adjective here. Les enfants sont calmes. Okay, same thing here. You've got les enfants, then you've got the verb être, and the adjective is coming after. So you can see, you cannot see here the feminine form because it's actually the same form as the masculine, but keep in mind that you should put the feminine because it's an adjective, and then if this adjective will changes when you put the feminine, then you should definitely put the feminine form here when you've got the feminine. Here you get the plural form, so basically you just put this S at the end. Okay, so for the translations, here they come. Let's take a few examples again. So, le directeur est autoritaire. La voiture est bleue. Okay, so in that case it's quite interesting because you can see that normally we've got the adjective bleu. So it's B-L-E-U for the masculine form, or the basic form if you want. And then in that case we've got la voiture, so it's feminine, so you should put this at the end. Okay, phonetically it doesn't exist because you don't pronounce it, so you get bleu as you would get for the masculine form. Okay, but still you need to write it here because it's the feminine form. La voiture est bleue. And then les légumes sont délicieux. Okay, les légumes sont délicieux. So in all these cases, autoritaire, bleu, and then délicieux, well, these adjectives, les adjectifs, are what we can call adjectif attribut. Let's see the translations now. Il devient nerveux. So in that case, it's quite interesting because you can see that I didn't put être, but then I did put this devenir, to become. Okay, il devient nerveux. Elle reste calme. Elle reste calme. Ça semble difficile. Ça semble difficile. Okay, so in these cases, even if we don't have être, so as I said in the introduction, so we've got other verbs, devenir, to become, rester, to stay, and then sembler, to seem. Okay, so in these cases also, you will introduce some adjectives after, and these adjectives will be what we call adjectif attribut. Okay, so let's see now the translations. Something that you should remember, so attribut, so this adjectif attribut can be attribut du sujet, like we have been seeing so far. So ce film est bon. Okay, so in that case you've got the subject, ce film, and then you've got the verb, and after that you've got this adjective. Okay, but keep in mind that it's also possible to have this attribut as attribut de l'objet. Okay, so it does mean that, well, still you've got a sentence, you've got a verb, okay, but then the adjective will not be related or connected to the subject, okay, but it will be connected to this object. So when we call the object, it's the grammatical object. Okay, so je trouve ce film bon. Well, in that case, also this bon will be adjectif attribut. Translation, so ce film est bon, and then je trouve ce film bon. So les adjectifs, and we'll focus a little bit more on le genre, so the gender, when you change the gender of the adjective. So the whole concept is to see how the adjectives will change when you've got, well, the masculine form, and then you want to put the feminine form. Okay, so the main rule is that if you want to put, well, the feminine form, you should just add e, so la voyelle e, at the end of your adjective. Okay, but it's, as usual in French, it's a rule, and we've got many exceptions. Okay, but then this is the main concept. This is the idea. You put at the end, and it should be the feminine form. Okay, so we'll see in this video, of course, some exceptions, and actually it's quite interesting because even if in the subgroups we've got some exceptions. Okay, so but then don't worry, try your best, and you'll see it will go fine. And well, first example, so if we focus on the regular ones, okay, so like français, for instance, so il est français, okay, and if we follow the main rule, elle est française, okay, so français, here you get this final S that you don't pronounce, so français, and then when you put this final E here, you will get française. Okay, so français, masculin, française. And then another example, joli, and you get il est joli, elle est jolie. Okay, so you get the masculine form, joli, like that, and then you just respect the rule that tells you that you should put this final E at the end, okay, and then you get jolie. Okay, so you can see that you put this but then you don't pronounce it Okay, so it's joli. So basically the two adjectives, masculine joli and feminine jolie, are pronounced the same way. And then we get grand. Okay, so example, il est grand, elle est grande. Okay, so we've got a little bit the same situation here as we had previously with français and française, because we don't pronounce the final S in français, and it's exactly the same thing. This final D is not pronounced. Okay, so grand, and then the feminine form, grande. Okay, so you put this and then you get the sound D, D, grande. Okay, il est grand, elle est grande. And then we get petit. Il est petit, elle est petite. Okay, exactly the same idea. Final T is not pronounced, and then when you add this E at the end, you get the sound T, T, petite. Okay, il est petit, elle est petite. Alright, so let's see now the meaning of the adjectives. So, français, and then we've got joli, and then we've got grand, and finally petit. Okay, so of course we've got some exceptions, as I said. So if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with S, okay, as we saw, normally you should have this at the end, so gris, grise, okay, mauvais, mauvaise. But then keep in mind that in some cases, like for gros, you will have to double the S. Okay, so you will get gros and then grosse. Okay, same thing for bas, basse. Okay, so as I said, we've got some exceptions. Okay, so gros will become grosse, and then bas will become basse. The meanings are, so gris, and then mauvais, gros, bas. Let's see now when your adjective is ending with E. So the idea is that, as you can see, if you've got already at the end well, basically you cannot add another one, okay, because anyway you wouldn't pronounce it, so you just keep it like in the masculine form. Okay, so you get jeune for the masculine and you get jeune for the feminine, so exactly the same form. Okay, admirable, and then for the feminine you will get admirable, the same form. Drôle, and the feminine, drôle. Formidable, formidable. Okay, so it's quite simple. If you get this final E, okay, then you don't add anything, you don't modify it, you just keep it like at the masculine form. Okay, so let's see now the meaning. So, jeune, admirable, drôle, formidable. If your adjective at the masculine, sorry, is ending with a accent aigu, like here, so et, so in that case, you will just add this final okay? But then the thing is that you don't pronounce it. So phonetically, you will get exactly the same form. So masculine form, animé, and then the feminine form, animé. Okay, you don't pronounce this but then you should write it. Cassé, cassé. Adopté, adopté. Invité, invité. Okay, so quite simple. you just need to add this E at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so let's see now the meanings. Animer, casser, adopter, inviter. And now, if your adjective is ending with er, you should keep in mind that you will have to modify it a little bit more than previously. So you actually put this accent grave here, and then you just add this E at the end, okay? And then the sound will change quite much, because if you think about the masculine form, you pronounce it premier, okay? Premier. And then for the feminine form, you will get première. Okay, so it's open, this eh sound. Première, premier, première. And then second example, dernier. Okay, and you will get dernière. Alright, so keep in mind that you should put this accent grave, and then you pronounce it like eh, okay, and then you add this e at the end. Premier, dernier. So, er again. I thought it might be interesting to see two other adjectives. So, léger, so exactly the same category. Remember, you put this accent grave and then you add e at the end. Légère. Étranger. And you will get étrangère. Okay, for the meaning, léger, and then étranger. So if you get adjectives ending with IER or then IET, you will get the same rule as we had previously. So you will have to put this accent grave and then just add this E at the end. And so, journalier will become journalière, or then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so in that case it's already open, the sound inquiet, okay, so you only hear the T, inquiète. Okay, so journalier will become journalière, and then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so for the meanings, journalier, and then inquiet. So let's see now if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with F. So we'll take this first example, neuf. So basically this F will need to disappear, sorry, and you will put V and then E instead. Okay, so you will get neuf, that will become neuve. Okay, neuf and then neuve. Okay, and then as well, sportif will become sportive. Okay, so F is going away, and then you put V instead. Okay, so for the meaning, neuf, sportif. So what if your adjective is ending with GU? It's quite rare, but it does happen. So let's discover two examples, and the first one is aigu, okay, and then the feminine form will be aigu. So phonetically it is exactly the same thing, okay, but then you should put this tréma here on the top of your U, and then remember to put this at the end, okay, but then you don't pronounce anything because it is exactly the same. So aigu will become aigu. Another example is ambigu, and it will become ambigu. Okay, so you don't modify the way to pronounce them. You only need to put this tréma on the top of U and then at the end. And the meaning is aigu, ambigu. If your adjective is ending with L, okay, but not AL, okay, so L. Nul will become nul. So phonetically it's the same, but then you double the L and you put at the end. Okay, so nul and then nul. Phonetically it is the same thing. Same thing here. Artificiel will become artificiel. You pronounce it the same way, but then you double the L and then you put at the end. Okay, and the meaning nul, artificiel. So what if your adjective is ending with AL? Okay, so let's see now. It will be quite simple, because in that case it does mean that it will follow the main rule that we had at the beginning of the video. So you just need to add this at the end, okay? But then phonetically it's quite interesting, because you don't make any difference. You will get so général at the masculine form, and it will be exactly the same thing at the feminine form, général. Okay, so général masculin, général féminin. And then fatal, feminine form, you just add this final but then phonetically it's the same, fatal. Okay, so général and then fatal. If your adjective is ending with N, okay, so let's see now. In that case, so I took this quite useful adjective, bon. You will have to double the N, like you see here, and then you put this at the end. Okay, so bon will become bonne. Okay, so the sound is changing quite much, because here you've got this nasal, bon, okay, and then bonne. Okay, bon, bonne. And then another example, mignon will become mignonne. Okay, same thing here, nasal, mignon, and then when you put the feminine form, mignonne. Okay, so let's see the meaning. So bon, and then mignon. If your adjective is ending with T, in that case we will see that you will have to double the T, like we have in this example. Coquet will become coquette. Okay, but think about that, this is the rule, but it's quite interesting, because we've got so many exceptions that somehow the exceptions are you can find more exceptions than the one that will follow the rules. So I know it's strange, but then so keep in mind that the main idea is to get the sound et. Okay, so whether you will get it like that, so by putting two T and then at the end, or then like we do here. So we put this accent grave here and then TE. So phonetically it's the same. Okay, so it's et and then et. Okay, so that's the reason why you will have in some cases double T here, and then in other cases you will have this accent grave TE. Okay, so discret will become discrète. Okay, and then let's see. Complet will become complète, and then inquiet will become inquiète. Okay, so remember the same idea. The idea is to get this sound et. Okay, so whether you put it like that, okay, coquette, or then you put it like that with the accent, discrète, complète, inquiète. Okay, and the meanings are coquet, discret, complet, inquiet. What if your adjective at the masculine form is ending with C? Well, let's see this example. Public. So you can see that you get this final C and then you pronounce it, public. Okay, so you will have to change it, so you take it away and then you put this QUE instead, and well, phonetically it is exactly the same thing. So public at the masculine form, feminine form public, the same. Okay, public, public. Second example, laïque, laïque. So you need to modify it. Yes, you need to take away the C and then put QUE, but then phonetically, if you pronounce it, you pronounce it exactly the same way. Okay, so let's see now the meaning. Public, laïque. What if your adjective is ending with EUR? So let's see now. Joueur, so it will become joueuse. Okay, so you take away this EUR and then you change it and you put EUSE. Okay, so joueur is becoming joueuse, and in the same way, travailleur is becoming travailleuse. Okay, so EUR is going away and then you put EUSE. Euse. Joueur, joueuse, travailleur, travailleuse. And the meaning, joueur, travailleur. Oops, I made a mistake. Okay, so I'll put the full thing, so now it will be more clear. So if your adjective is ending with TEUR, okay, teur. So in that case, we've got two different possibilities, and the first one is here. Chanteur will become chanteuse. Okay, so we'll basically follow the rule that we had previously. So you just take away the EUR and you put EUSE, so teuse. And it's just because, well, as you can see, I wanted to put the verb, so it was not a surprise. The verb is chanter, okay, and it's with TER. And as the verb is with TER, so basically you can change it like that and follow the rule that we had previously. Okay, but then in some cases you've got directeur, for instance, and directeur, well, the verb is not directer, doesn't exist, so it's diriger. Okay, and in that case it means that it's not ending with TER, so the feminine form will not be as we had previously here. Okay, so it will be something different and it will be trice. Okay, so directeur will become directrice. Okay, so if your verb is ending with TER, like for chanter, so chanteur will become chanteuse. But then if it's not ending with TER, like here, diriger, so it will become trice, directeur, directrice. Okay, now it's coming at the right time. So this is the translation: chanteur and then directeur. So what if your adjective at the masculine is ending with G? And it's actually quite interesting because I've been trying to find more adjective, but it didn't really have the time anyway. But then this one is quite useful. So keep in mind that long, in that case, you will have to add this U and then E. Okay, so long, remember you don't pronounce the final G, will become longue. Okay, so phonetically it's longue, g, longue. So long, masculin, longue, féminin. And this is the meaning. l'adjectif apposé ou détaché. Okay, so we continue the series of, that cover les adjectifs. So let's start now. So l'adjectif apposé ou détaché. It's actually quite simple because these adjectives will be connected to what we call un groupe nominal. So clearly when we talk about un groupe nominal, we're not only referring to one noun, okay, but it's a noun with something. So it could be an adjective, for instance, and that's what will happen in the examples I will show in this video, okay? And the concept is that you want to actually make a distinction. So you will make, first you will have your noun and then what comes with it, so adjective. And if you want to introduce after that this adjectif apposé or then détaché, then you will, so when you speak, you will make une pause, so break, or then you will make une intonation, so you will change your voice, okay, to make it clear that it's something different, something that you will add to what you've been introducing previously, okay? When you write, in a way it's more simple because you only need to put une virgule, a comma, okay? So keep in mind that when you speak, then you will have to make a little break, so une petite pause, or then you will change your voice, okay? And then if you speak, then you will put une virgule, okay? So in that case, well, we will see how it will be when you write. So ce jeune homme, and then here you get your comma, and then you get this habillé en rouge. After that, the comma is coming and the sentence continues, okay? So that's the concept. You first have your first part here, ce jeune homme, this young man, okay? And then you put this comma, and after that, you put this part that we'll call adjectif apposé. Then the comma and the sentence continues, okay? So we are talking about that and nothing else, okay? Let's see another example here. So, cette vieille femme, so same thing here, cette vieille femme, this old lady, cette vieille femme, and then you want to add something more, so agréable et souriante, you put your comma, and the sentence continues. Okay, so this is what we are talking about in this video. It's quite simple. Okay, nothing really special, but still, you know, I thought it might be interesting to make a little video on that, because in some cases people maybe tend to forget that you get to make a little, you know, something between the first part and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see now the translation. Okay, so remember that when we talk about adjectif apposé ou détaché, so we will talk about what we've been seeing so far, and remember, if you speak, then you will have to make a little break, or then you will have to change your voice, okay, to make it clear that it's something you want to add. And then if you want to write, then as we saw, you will have to put this comma before and after, and then your sentence can continue. Okay, l'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so we continue this long series covering les adjectifs, but I think it's quite useful, and it's maybe better to make some little videos like that covering only one type of adjective. Okay, so in this video it will be l'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so let's start now. So l'adjectif relationnel, I thought it might be useful to just start with examples. Okay, so you've got the first one. Here you've got a sentence, un déplacement du président. Okay, so it will be, I mean, it's possible to use that, un déplacement du président, but what if you would like to replace du président and put an adjective instead? And that's exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about l'adjectif relationnel. Okay, so un déplacement du président, you don't want to use du président, well, you just put the adjective présidentiel. So you get un déplacement présidentiel. All right? Another example would be un député de la République. And in that case, it's exactly the same. It's possible to use that, un député de la République, but then if you want to use, instead of de la République, an adjective, so un adjectif relationnel, it is possible you will get un député and then républicain, so the adjective. Okay, so in these cases, it's actually quite clear and not that difficult because you just replace du président with présidentiel or then de la République with républicain. Okay, so we'll see another, oh sorry, the translation first. Okay, so we'll see now two other situations where you can replace well, parts. In that case, un ordinateur qu'on peut porter. Okay, so you've got here this relatif, so qu'on peut porter. And in that case, you just want to, well, replace this qu'on peut porter with an adjective. And it's actually quite simple because in that case, qu'on peut porter, well, you take porter and then you transform it and you put the adjective, so it will be portable. Un ordinateur portable. Okay, so basically, un ordinateur qu'on peut porter, a computer that one can carry, okay, but then of course it's a bit heavy, and in that case you would like to have something, well, lighter than qu'on peut porter. Well, it just puts the adjective portable. Un ordinateur portable. Okay, so we'll see another example. Un écran qu'on peut toucher. And in that case, it's exactly the same. We don't want to use qu'on peut toucher because it's quite heavy and the sentence is not that light as we would like it to be. So we will put tactile, so the adjective that will replace this qu'on peut porter. So un écran tactile. Okay, so let's see the translations now. Okay, so keep in mind that as we had previously, or then here, you've got some parts that are possible to keep if you want. Okay, so un ordinateur qu'on peut porter, it's totally correct. Un écran qu'on peut toucher, it's correct also, but then you want to have it, to put it in such a way that it will be only one adjective instead of all these words, then portable, un ordinateur portable, and un écran tactile. Okay, so keep in mind that when we're talking about l'adjectif relationnel, well, it must be of course related en relation avec le nom, and then as we saw in the first part, it can be complément de nom, or in the second part it can be une relative. Les adjectifs, and in this video we'll focus on les adjectifs or l'adjectif épithète antéposé. Okay, so we've been seeing already something covering l'adjectif épithète, okay, because if you remember correctly, when we're talking about l'adjectif épithète, we are talking about an adjectif associé à un nom. So an adjective that is associated to a noun, okay, like in this example, une femme célèbre. So you have your adjective here, okay, directly connected to the noun. You don't have any verb between them, okay, so, and in this case we are talking about adjectif épithète. Okay, so the second thing is that we're talking now about adjectif épithète antéposé, and then antéposé, well, means that this adjective will be placed before the noun. Okay, so like in this example, un jeune homme. Un jeune homme. So in that case, you've got your jeune, young, okay, adjective here, and as you can see, it's before your noun. Un jeune homme. And in that case, jeune, we will talk here about adjectif épithète antéposé. So let's see. First, sorry, the translations. Une femme célèbre, and then un jeune homme. So you should remember that when we're talking about this category of adjectives, well, we will talk about adjectives that are so courant, you use them quite often, and they are really, really short adjectives. So not long adjectives, but really short one. Okay, and then caractérisé par des adverbes. So if you introduce these adjectives with adverbs, so before you will, if you want to put si, trop, très, or then tout. So in that case, remember that you will have to put them before the noun. And the last category is actually quite useful because we're talking about adjectif numéro. Okay, so when we talk about the numbers, in that case, well, you will have to put them before the noun as well. Okay, so let's see now few examples. And the first category, so we were talking about really common adjectives that are really, really short. Okay, so the first one, un jeune homme, so as we had previously. Second one, une belle ville. Then, un bon déjeuner. Un mauvais film. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, jeune, belle, bon, and then mauvais, they are placed before the noun. Homme, ville, déjeuner, and then film. Okay, so let's see the translations now. Un jeune homme, une belle ville, un bon déjeuner, un mauvais film. Okay, so second category, remember, when you introduce them with adverbs like si, trop, très, or then tout. Un tout petit bébé. Okay, so here we've got tout, so it's an adverb, and then we've got petit, so the adjective. And so just because we combine the two, then we will have to put them before the word or the noun, so bébé. Un tout petit bébé. Remember that when we're talking about this category, it's always possible when we speak to put that after as well. Un bébé tout petit. Une très belle maison. Same thing here. You've got the adverb très and then the adjective belle. Okay, so you should put them before the noun maison. But as we saw previously, when we talk, it's always possible to change that and to put that after. Une maison très belle. Okay, so keep in mind that in blue here, un tout petit bébé, une très belle maison. Well, that's what normally you should do and what normally you should write, so they should come before the noun, like here and here, okay? But when you talk, well, as you know, oral French is a bit more flexible, so it's not that strict, so it is possible to put them after the noun. Un bébé tout petit, une maison très belle. For the translations, and the third category was les adjectifs numéros. Okay, so let's see now. Le premier baiser, and then la première invitation, so keep in mind that as you will put them before, you will have to, because they are adjectives, to change them according to the gender, so in that case it's masculine, so you don't modify it, you just put premier, sorry, and then here, my god, here you've got, well, the feminine form, so it's la, okay, and then you will have to put the feminine form of premier, and it's première, okay, so la première invitation. Okay, so let's see now. La troisième porte, and then le dernier restaurant. Okay, so keep in mind that because we are talking about, well, numbers, so premier, première, or then troisième, and then dernier, in that case, they should come before the noun. Okay, so let's see now the translations. L'adjectif épithète postposé. Okay, so let's start now. So when we talk about l'adjectif épithète postposé, first, well, you should know what an adjective epithet is, and it's actually not that difficult. L'adjective epithet is an adjective that will be associated to a noun. Okay, so let's take this example here. Un homme joyeux. Okay, so you've got a man and then joyeux, joyful. So this adjective is coming right after your noun. Okay, you don't have any verb, you don't have anything between the two of them, so it's what we call an adjective epithet. Okay, and the second thing that we should, well, clarify, it's postposé. And when we talk about postposé, so we will talk about an adjective that will be placed after the noun. Okay, so like in this example here, une chemise bleue. Okay, so bleu here is coming after your noun. Okay, so it's what we call postposé. Translations are here, un homme joyeux, and then une chemise bleue. Okay, so for these adjectives épithètes postposés, we will talk about les adjectifs that will express, well, what we call une qualité objective. So if you want to talk about the color, for instance, the appearance, the shape, la forme, or then l'origine, the origin, or the nationality. So in these cases, well, these adjectives will respect this rule, so they will come right after your noun, and they will come, well, clearly right after, so and not before. Okay, so the second category, we are talking about les participes passés. So we've been seeing that previously. Participes passés, so in English it's past participles, and then les participes présents, present participles. So normally les participes passés, remember, we use them when we construct these compound tenses. Okay, but then these participles, sorry, the past and the present, they can be used as well, not all of them, but some of them can be used as well as adjectives. And well, in these cases, you will put them after your noun. Okay? After that, we will talk about les adjectifs that will be, or that will have before them an adverb. Okay, but we're not talking about trop, très, tout, and si, because we've been seeing that in the previous video that these four adverbs are actually a bit tricky. Okay, but then all the other adverbs that will be placed before your adjectives, well, actually it will be quite simple, but then you will put them after your noun. Okay. After that, we're talking about les adjectifs relationnels. So we've been doing videos concerning that, so it should be quite simple to handle. And then les adjectifs that will be followed by a complement, donc qui sont suivis d'un complément. Okay, so in all these cases here, so adjectif qui exprime une qualité objective, les participes passés et une partie des participes présents utilisés comme adjectifs, les adjectifs qui sont précédés d'un adverbe, les adjectifs relationnels, les adjectifs qui sont suivis d'un complément. So in all these cases, keep in mind that these adjectives will come after the noun and not before, okay? After. So let's take a few examples now. So the first category, we're talking about les adjectifs qui expriment une qualité objective, couleur, apparence, forme, origine ou nationalité. Un vélo rouge, une table ovale, un touriste australien. Un vélo rouge, une table ovale, un touriste australien. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases, they are coming after your noun. Second category, remember, we were talking about les participes passés, so past participles and then present participles, okay, but used as adjectives. So let's see now. Un homme organisé, une maison détruite, un clown chantant, une soirée fatigante. Un homme organisé, une maison détruite, un clown chantant, une soirée fatigante. Then, remember les adjectifs précédés d'un adverbe. So, in these cases, you can see that un voyage incroyablement cher. So, cher is the adjective here, okay? But then you've got this incroyablement, so it's an adverb, and it's coming before your adjective, so you will have to put the two of them after your noun here. Un voyage, and then the rest is coming. Incroyablement cher. Une réceptionniste extrêmement efficace. Des restaurants rarement bons. Okay, so in all these cases, as you can see, we've got here incroyablement, an adverb, extrêmement, another adverb, and then rarement, an adverb as well. And they just go before your adjective. So, translation, un voyage incroyablement cher, une réceptionniste extrêmement efficace, des restaurants rarement bons. And then we were talking about les adjectifs relationnels. So I've been making a video regarding les adjectifs relationnels, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Une visite présidentielle, des députés européens, and then un ordinateur portable. Okay, so in all these cases, if we're talking about adjectif relationnel, then they should come right after your noun. Une visite présidentielle, des députés européens, un ordinateur portable. And then we were talking about as well les adjectifs suivis d'un complément. So let's see one example now. Un conseil bon à suivre. So it's actually quite interesting because in that case you can see that you've got your noun, un conseil, then you've got your adjective, bon, but then it introduces, un complément, and this complément is à suivre. Okay, so in that case you've got your adjective and the rest, so le complément. So of course you should put them after your noun. Okay, un conseil bon à suivre. Une voiture facile à conduire. Une fillette pleine de vie. Des exercices difficiles à faire. Okay, so in all these cases you can see that the adjectives are introducing something more. Okay, so well, you get a preposition, and after that you've got, well, a verb here and then a substantive here and a verb here as well. Okay, but then in all these cases keep in mind that they should come definitely before the noun, after the nouns. Okay, so translation. Un conseil bon à suivre. Une voiture facile à conduire. Une fillette pleine de vie. Des exercices difficiles à faire. So remember that we've been seeing all the adjectives that belong to this group, épithète postposée. So we were talking about les adjectifs qui expriment une qualité objective, then les participes passés et une partie des participes présents utilisés comme adjectifs, les adjectifs qui sont précédés d'un adverbe, but we're not talking about trop, très, tout or si, les adjectifs relationnels, and the last one was les adjectifs qui sont suivis d'un complément. So in all these cases, the adjectives are épithètes postposées, so they will come after your noun. Okay? Les adjectifs qui ont trois formes. Okay, so we can start right now. And As you probably know, normally when we talk about adjectives in French, we talk about one form for the masculine and one form for the feminine. At least we're talking about the singular here. Okay, so one form for the masculine and one form for the feminine. In some cases they can be the same, but still we've got one form for each gender. Okay, but we've got, of course, as usual in French, some exceptions, and some adjectives have two forms for the masculine and one form for the feminine. Okay, so we're talking about these two forms for the masculine because it can be quite tricky. Okay, so let's see, and the question is why. Of course, we are talking in this case of what we call adjectifs antéposés. So, les adjectifs antéposés are les adjectifs placés devant un nom. So, the adjectives that will come before the noun. Okay, and the good thing is that we're talking only about 5 adjectives. For all the French language, we've got only 5 adjectives that will be irregular. So, it's not that much, okay? So, let's see them. The first one is beau. And then after that we've got fou, then mou, nouveau, and vieux. Okay, so these are the 5 adjectives that will be a bit strange because they will have 2 masculine forms. Okay, beau, fou, mou, nouveau, and then vieux. Okay, so let's see the first one. Beau, and so the second masculine form will be belle, okay, and the feminine form belle. So it's actually quite interesting because these two forms, so the second masculine form and the feminine form, are phonetically the same. It's belle, okay, so belle, belle, then beau for the masculine, the first one. And here's the meaning. The second one is, sorry, fou. And here is the second masculine form, and it's folle. And the feminine form is folle. Okay, same thing here, same pronunciation, but then you write them differently. So masculine, first one, fou, and then the second form, folle. Okay, here is the meaning. Mou, molle for the second masculine form, and then feminine form, molle. Here is the meaning. And then nouveau will give us nouvelle for the second masculine form, and then nouvelle for the feminine form. And here is the meaning. And last but not least, vieux will give us vieille, and then the feminine form, vieille. Okay, so phonetically the same, but then look, you write them differently. Okay, and here is the meaning. So the question is, when do we modify or do we use this second masculine form? Well, the first situation is, of course, so they will be coming before the noun, okay, and then it will be according to the first letter of this noun. So as these adjectives will be placed before the noun that will come after will affect the fact that you will choose whether the first form of the masculine or the second form of the masculine. Okay, and then we're talking now about the words that will start with a vowel. Okay, so if your word is starting with the vowel, then no hesitation, you will have to pick and to choose the second form of the masculine. Okay, and then the second group is actually a bit more difficult because we're not talking about all the words starting with H, okay, but only some of them, okay, but let's say that's a big part of them. And in that case, when you will have some words starting with h, then you will have to use the second form of the masculine. Okay, so let's start now and see how it will work with beau, for instance. Okay, so if we take an example like that, un beau paysage, well, actually you've got this adjective beau here, just before, and then you've got paysage here. It does start with P, okay, so it does mean that you don't really need to modify it, so you just put it like that. But of course, if you've got a word like homme in that case, so it starts with a h, okay, and then, well, it belongs to this group that will require to modify your adjective, so you will have to use the second form for the masculine, so belle, okay, un bel homme. So, un beau paysage, and then un bel homme. Okay, so let's see now for fou. Un projet fou. So actually this one is quite interesting because you will put it after, but in this case here, you will put it before, and as it comes before, and then the word or the noun that it is related to is starting with a vowel, a, in that case you will have to use the second form of the masculine, un fol avenir. Okay, so un projet fou, un fol avenir. Then mou, un pain mou, exactly the same situation. You've got your mou coming here, but when you put this form here, and oreiller is starting with a vowel, o here, then you will have to modify it. So, un mol oreiller. Okay, so, un pain mou, un mol oreiller. Nouveau, un nouveau film. Okay, so first letter is F, so you don't change, you just put nouveau here. But then, un nouvel appartement. Appartement starts with a vowel A, so nouvelle, the second form of the masculine. Un nouveau film, un nouvel appartement. Vieux, un vieux bateau, and then un vieil homme. Un vieux bateau, un vieil homme. So remember these 5 adjectives, les 5 adjectifs, and beau, belle, fou, folle, mou, molle, nouveau, nouvelle, vieux, and vieille. L'adjectif comme adverbe. Okay, so let's start right now. And it's actually quite interesting because normally we tend to think that, well, we will use adjectives like adjectives and only like adjectives, but in some cases actually it's possible to use these adjectives as adverbs. Okay, and so that's exactly what we will see in this video. So keep in mind that to construct this adverb based on this adjective, you will have to, well, take this adjective and then you take la forme masculine and it will give you this neutral form. Okay, so it means, and this is really important, that le féminin et le pluriel, actually they won't exist. As you will use this adjective as an adverb, it does mean that you don't do anything, you don't put anything at the end for the feminine or for the plural, you just keep it like that. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, les oiseaux volent haut. Okay, so you can see that here you've got haut, and it's an adjective, but as we connect it directly to the verb voler, okay, so it is an adverb. Alright, so it's an adjective that has been changed. That has been changed into an adverb. Okay, so les oiseaux volent haut. La rose sent bon. Okay, so exactly the same thing here. You've got this bon, okay, it's an adjective, but you use it as an adverb. Even if la rose is feminine, you don't put anything at the end. You just keep it like that. Bon. Okay? Il chante faux. Exactly the same thing. Faux, okay, is an adjective used as an adverb. And then, elle travaille dur. Okay, so, les oiseaux volent haut. La rose sent bon. Il chante faux. Elle travaille dur. Okay, so remember, haut, bon, faux, and dur are adjectives that are used as adverbs. So remember, the way to construct or to make it is you take your adjective, vous prenez l'adjectif, la forme masculine, and then you will get this adverb, so la forme neutre de l'adverbe, and keep in mind that you will never put the feminine at the end or the plural. L'adjectif employé en fonction de nom. And we can start right now. So it's quite interesting because we've been seeing in the previous video well, the situation when you can use an adjective as an adverb, and basically it's quite interesting because in this video we will discover that it's possible as well to make some nouns based on the adjectives. Okay, so it's actually quite simple. You will just take your adjective, okay, and then if it's possible, because it's not possible in all the situations, we will see that, but then if it's possible, you will get, well, whether une forme masculine or then une forme féminine, or in some situations you will get both. Okay, so basically you just put the masculine form of your adjective and you put an article before that, un, or then la forme féminine, and you put an article before that, une, okay, or it could be le and la, and you will get your noun. Okay, so it's quite simple. So let's see now. For instance, if we take the example of belle, okay, so it's the adjective beautiful and it's the feminine form, all right, and then it's possible to use this as a noun, une belle, okay, une belle, so it means a beautiful lady, une belle, okay, or then we can take, for instance, this adjective sportif, and in that case here you've got the masculine sportif and you've got the feminine sportive, all right, and well, you will make un sportif and then une sportive, so two nouns actually constructed based on the adjectives. All right, for the translation, here it is, belle, une belle, sportif, sportive, so l'adjective, and then un sportif, une sportive. Jeune, so you can see here that we've got the masculine form and the feminine form. They are the same, but I wanted to put them both anyway. So you will get un jeune and you will get une jeune. Okay, so you don't change it, you just put the article, un et une. Same thing here, vieux and then vieille, un vieux and then une vieille. Okay, well, clearly it's not really polite, but you can hear it, so it's used. All right, so jeune and then vieux and vieille. Okay, so let's hear now, or let's look at other adjectives that will make nouns. So this one is quite interesting because rouge, so we're talking about the colors, okay, so rouge, so it could be green, it could be anything else, but then rouge, and in that case, well, of course you've got only one possibility because you don't have the masculine and the feminine, so it will be masculine, un rouge. Okay, then bon, so in that case you can use the masculine and the feminine. You're talking about a person who is talented, who is good in something, un bon, une bonne, okay, it can be something, something else than a person as well. Mauvais, un mauvais, une mauvaise, so same thing, it can be for a person or for a thing. Mou, un mou, une molle. Gentil, un gentil, une gentille. Méchant, un méchant, une méchante. Okay, so you can see that in all these cases here, you've got the masculine and the feminine, but keep in mind that in some cases, like for the colors here, rouge, it will be only, you know, whether masculine or feminine. In this case, it's masculine. Okay, let's see now the translation. Rouge, bon, mauvais, mou, gentil, méchant. L'adjectif avec une préposition et un nom ou un infinitif. Okay, so let's see now. So it's actually quite interesting because it is possible to construct, and we've been covering quite many different situations and many type of adjectives, and in this video we can see that it's possible to construct a sentence or a structure with an adjective that will be followed by une préposition and then un nom or a noun or an infinitive form of a verb. Okay, so adjectif, préposition, and then nom ou infinitif. Okay, so when we talk about les prépositions, so we think about a, de, or then en, but then keep in mind that in most of the cases it will be de. Okay, but it's possible with a, de, and en. For instance, je suis content de partir. Okay, so in that case, you can see that you've got this content, okay, and then it's followed by this de préposition and the verb partir. Je suis content de partir. Or then it could be elle est fière de moi. Okay, so you've got this adjective here, fier, and then de, and in that case you've got moi, so le pronom personnel tonique. Or then it could be c'est plein de vitamines. Plein, adjectif, de, and then vitamine, substantive, or a noun. Or then c'est facile à dire. Okay, so in that case you've got your preposition à, and then the verb dire. So it's the infinitive form. Okay, so je suis content de partir. Elle est fière de moi. C'est plein de vitamines. C'est facile à dire. Okay, so remember, adjectif, préposition, verbe, adjectif, préposition, pronom personnel tonique, adjectif, préposition, substantif ou nom, adjectif, préposition, verbe à l'infinitif. So, this is the thing that you should really remember, adjectif, préposition, nom, infinitif, and then in most of the cases it will be de. L'adjectif avec que est une proposition complétive. Okay, so let's see now how it will go. So remember that it will be possible in some cases to construct or to make a structure that will have l'adjectif and then que after. So remember, this que means that, okay, and then it will be followed by une proposition complétive, so it does mean that at least one verb or one verb and then complements. Okay, so subject, verb, and complements. So adjective and then que, that, and followed by une proposition complétive. Okay. The important thing is that most of the adjectives won't match these requirements, so it won't be possible to make this structure with most of them, but we're talking in that case about les adjectifs qui expriment un sentiment, so the adjectives that will express feelings, okay? Un sentiment, a feeling. Alright, so we will see a few examples. And the first one is être content que. Okay, so you can see that you've got the verb to be, and then here you've got your adjective, and it's followed by que, okay, and the rest should come. Être désolé que, exactly the same thing, you've got désolé and then que. Être bouleversé que. Être choqué que. Être indigné que. Okay, so être content que. Être désolé que. Être bouleversé que. Être choqué que. Être indigné que. Être fier que. Être embêté que. Être ennuyé que. Être gêné que. Être embarrassé que. Alright, so exactly the same structures. You've got your adjectives. They are followed by que, okay, and then the rest should come. Être fier que. Être embêté que. Être ennuyé que. Être gêné que. Être embarrassé que. Être furieux que. Être ravi que. Être confus que. Être déçu que. Être mécontent que. Être furieux que. Être ravi que. Être confus que. Être déçu que. Être mécontent que. One thing important. If you look at this sentence, je suis content que je sois ici. It is a common mistake. Okay, so it's not possible to have here in the first part je, and here in the second part the same person. Okay, so je suis content que je sois ici is not possible. In that case, you will have to change the structure and you will have to put je suis content, and then you don't continue with que and the sentence, but then you will put your verb at the infinitive. Je suis content d'être ici. Okay, this is a common mistake, okay, so try to remember that. So it does work for je, but then I've been putting this example as well because it's exactly the same. If it's tu and then tu, if it's il and il, if it's nous, well, basically if you've got the same person in the first and the second part, then it doesn't work. Okay, so tu es content que tu sois ici, it's not possible, but then tu es content d'être ici. Okay, je suis content que tu sois ici. Je suis désolé que tu sois ici. Je suis bouleversé que tu sois ici. Je suis choqué que tu sois ici. Je suis indigné que tu sois ici. Okay? So in all these structures, you can see that it works because you've got je in the first part and then you get tu in the second part. So they are not the same person, so it's possible. Okay, so je suis content que, je suis désolé que, je suis bouleversé que, je suis choqué que, je suis indigné que. If you noticed, we are talking here about les adjectifs qui expriment un sentiment. And maybe it rings a bell because unfortunately for you, when we're talking about this structure, que, and then you express a feeling, un sentiment, then you will have to put le subjonctif right after, okay? And that's probably what you noticed, but then now you can see it more clearly that in all the structures that, or the sentences I've been putting previously, here, here, and here, we've got le subjonctif. Okay, so keep in mind that for this type of structures, when you put this adjective that will express a feeling, then it's followed by que, and then you've got a structure after. You should put your verb here and here at the subjunctive form. Okay? L'adjectif avec la préposition à et l'infinitif. Okay, so we'll end probably with this video, or maybe the next one, this big series concerning les adjectifs, okay, but then I thought it might be useful to actually make this video regarding l'adjectif followed by la préposition à and then un verbe à l'infinitif, so a verb that should be at the basic form, so this infinitive form, okay? And then that, I mean, you should keep in mind that it is really, really, really common. So we use that quite often in French, okay? So adjective followed by a and then a verb, okay? So we'll see few examples in this video. The first one, for instance, facile à faire, difficile à annoncer, simple à construire, amusant à regarder, triste à écouter. Okay, so if you look carefully in each situations, you've got this first part, it's an adjective, facile, difficile, simple, amusant, triste, and then you put the preposition à, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form, faire, annoncer, construire, regarder, écouter. Okay, so facile à faire, difficile à annoncer, simple à construire, amusant à regarder, triste à écouter. Okay, so let's put sentences now. Un travail facile à faire. Okay, so we had already this facile à faire, but then you just put a word or a noun before. Un travail, a work, facile à faire. Une information, so news, difficile à annoncer. Une maison, a house, simple à construire. Un film, a movie, amusant à regarder. Une histoire, a story, triste à écouter. Alright, so it's actually quite simple, and it is quite often in French language. Okay, so keep in mind adjectif, and then you get la préposition à, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form. Some adjectives, especially if you want to describe a person, décrire une personne, and it's the first part because the series or the list is quite long, so I didn't want to make a too long video, so it's the first part and then we'll do the second part a bit later. Okay, so let's start now. Accueillant, accueillante. Okay, so I will pronounce first the masculine form, then the feminine form. So masculine, accueillant, accueillante. Actif, active. Affectueux, affectueuse. Agile, and then it's the same form for the feminine form. Agréable, same thing here. So, accueillant, accueillante. Actif, active. Affectueux, affectueuse. Agile, agréable. Agressif, agressive. Aimable, ambitieux, ambitieuse. Amusant, amusante. Antipathique. Agressif, agressive, aimable, ambitieux, ambitieuse, amusant, amusante, antipathique, arrogant, arrogante, astucieux, astucieuse, aventureux, aventureuse, beau, belle, bête, arrogant, arrogante, astucieux, astucieuse, aventureux, aventureuse, beau, belle, bête, câlin, câline, calme, charmant, charmante, compétitif, compétitive, complexé, complexé. So you just add this final E, but then for the feminine form, it's phonetically it's the same as the masculine form. Okay? So, câlin, câline, calme, charmant, charmante, compétitif, compétitive. Whoops, sorry, it was complexé. I'm going too fast. Courageux, courageuse. Créatif, créative. Curieux, curieuse. Débrouillard, débrouillarde. Décidé. And then décidé, feminine form, but then you don't hear the final E. Okay? Courageux, courageuse. Créatif, créative. Curieux, curieuse. Débrouillard, débrouillarde. Décidé, décidé. Désagréable. Discipliné, discipliné. Drôle. Dynamique. Égoïste. Désagréable. Discipliné, discipliné. Okay, so you add this final E, you don't pronounce it. Drôle. Dynamique. Égoïste. Élégant, élégante. Embarrassé, embarrassé. Same thing here, final E, you don't pronounce it. Ennuyeux, ennuyeuse. Enthousiaste, étrange. Élégant, élégante. Embarrassé, embarrassé. Ennuyeux, ennuyeuse. Enthousiaste, étrange. Être de bonne humeur. Être de mauvaise humeur. Excentrique. Exigeant. Extraverti. Être de bonne humeur. Être de mauvaise humeur. Excentrique. Exigeant, exigeante. Extraverti, extraverti. Faible. Faux, fausse. Fidèle. Fier, fier. So you write them differently, but then phonetically it's exactly the same. Fier, fier. Fort, forte. Okay? Faible. Faux, fausse. Fidèle. Fier, fier. Fort, forte. Fou, folle. Franc, franche. Gauche. Généreux, généreuse. Gentil, gentille. Fou, folle. Franc, franche. Gauche. Généreux, généreuse. Gentil, gentille. Grand, grande. Heureux, heureuse. Honnête, hostile, hypocrite. Grand, grande. Heureux, heureuse. Honnête, hostile, hypocrite. Idéaliste, idiot, idiote. Imposant, imposante. Indépendant, indépendante. Indiscret, indiscrète. Idéaliste, idiot, idiote. Imposant, imposante. Indépendant, indépendante. Indiscret, indiscrète. Ingrat, ingrate. Insensible, insupportable. Généreux, intelligent, intelligente. Ingrat, insensible, insupportable, généreux, intelligent, intelligente. Les temps composés, so the compound tenses, and especially la forme négative, so the negative form with compound tenses. So, if you remember, la forme négative in French, if you want to express the negative form, then normally you get two parts, deux éléments. The first one is ne, and then normally the verb is coming after, and the second part is pas. Okay, this is how normally we construct that. Keep in mind that ne will be modified if the verb is starting with a vowel, or in some cases, not all the verbs starting with h, but most of them. Okay? So let's see how it will go with the présent, for instance. So you take je suis, okay, I am. And then basically it's quite simple to make the negative form as, well, if you remember what I just said, you get this first part ne, okay, then you put the verb, and after that you put this pas. Je ne suis pas, okay? If you take this futur proche form, so it's quite interesting because it's not a real future, it's I am, like in English, I am going to be, okay? So in French we just construct it in the same way. We use the verb aller, aller is to go, okay? And then after that we put the second verb at the infinitive. So, je vais être, I am going to be, okay? Je vais être. But then the interesting thing is that in this structure, well, clearly you've got two verbs. The first one is aller, and it's conjugated, but then the second one is être, okay? It doesn't change anything because you will have to put ne and pas before and after your first verb. Okay, so je ne vais pas être. If you make the liaison, je ne vais pas être. So let's see now how it will behave when we have this passé composé form. So it's a compound tense, you can see it here. So you've got only one form, so it's j'ai été. So you get avoir first, and then you get this participe passé form. Okay, so j'ai été, and the negative form will be je n'ai pas été. Okay, so you will put your ne first before avoir. So you can see that, as I said here, you've got to take away the here, je n'ai, and then you put your pas, and you put after that your participe passé. Okay? A common mistake is normally to put this pas, so the second part of the negative form, after this participe passé. Okay? Think about that and try to remember that it should be before and after avoir in that case, and it can be être as well in other cases. Okay? So, for instance, for the plus que parfait, another compound tense, it will be exactly the same. J'avais été, je n'avais pas été. Okay, so before and after avoir. Futur antérieur, well, it will be exactly the same thing. J'aurais été, je n'aurais pas été, je n'aurais pas été. Conditionnel passé, another compound tense, it will behave exactly the same way. J'aurais été, je n'aurais pas été. Something quite important, and it's oral French. So I'm not talking about this formal oral, but I'm talking about, well, this French that you can hear when you are walking in the street and then people are speaking in an informal way, and in that case quite often they will actually only use one part for this negative form, and this part that they will use will be the pas. Okay, so they will take away the ne and they will only keep this pas. Keep in mind that it is informal French, so it's spoken French. It's not in formal situation, because of course in formal situation you will have to keep the two parts. Okay, but then if you are listening to, well, youngsters, they won't use the first ne part. Okay, so let's see how it will look like. Je suis, okay, will become je suis pas. Futur proche, je vais être, will become, sorry, je vais pas être. Passé composé, j'ai été, will become j'ai pas été. Plus que parfait, j'avais été, will become j'avais pas été. Futur antérieur, j'aurais été, will become j'aurais pas été. Conditionnel passé, j'aurais été, will become j'aurais pas été. So remember, la forme négative, normally two parts. When we are talking about this informal oral French, then one part, okay? When you get the two parts, it's ne and then your verb and pas. And if it's informal, then it's only pas, okay? Les verbes pronominaux, and more precisely, la forme négative avec les verbes pronominaux. Okay, so let's start now. La forme négative, so if you remember it, we've got two parts that normally we need to use if we want to put this negative form. The first one is ne, and then you've got pas. Okay, between the two, you should have your verb. Okay, so let's take an example now. We will take the verb se lever. Okay, so it's un verbe pronominal, se lever, okay? And then at the present form, so je me lève. Se lever is to get up, okay? Je me lève. All right? And the question is, where do we need to put ne and pas? Well, look, and it's quite interesting. Je, and then ne is coming here, me is here, lève is here, and then pas is coming at the end. Okay, so it's not a big surprise, the position of pas, but then it's normally, my students tend to make the mistake to put ne just before lève. Okay, and of course it would be logical, but then unfortunately for you, you should keep in mind that ne is here, and then you've got me lève together. Je ne me lève pas. Okay? For the futur proche, so je vais me lever. Okay, so I am going to get up. Je ne, and then vais pas me lever. So it's actually quite easy when you get this form because you will have to put ne and then pas before and after the first verb. Okay, and in that case it's vais. So you don't really need to bother about the fact that it should be before this me, okay, but in that case, je ne vais pas me lever. Okay, and now let's see with the passé composé. Je me suis levé. Exactly the same thing. Je, ne, and then you keep this me suis together, and you put your pas here and lever. Okay, this is quite tricky normally because students tend to mix up and then put the ne before the suis and then maybe the pas at the end. Okay, so keep in mind this is the order, this is the way where things should be. Je ne me suis pas levé. Okay, plus que parfait. So another compound tense. Je m'étais levé. Well, je ne m'étais pas levé. Ok? Futur antérieur, je me serais levé. Je ne me serais pas levé. Okay, so you can see that we follow the same logic in a way because you've got to put this ne first and then me and then the verb are together. Then come the second part of the negative form, sorry, and after that you put your participe passé. Okay? Conditionnel passé, well, exactly the same thing. Je me serais levé. Je ne me serais pas levé. Okay? Keep in mind that actually, as you know, spoken French and written French can be different. And for this section, I will actually present to you this informal way that French people, or not all the French people, but then some French people have to construct the negative form, okay? Because if we're talking about youngsters, for instance, and then, well, the French that you can hear in the streets, normally when we talk about the negative parts, they will take the first part away. And then you've got je me lève. If you want to put the negative form, then you will only put this pas at the end. Okay? This is informal. It's not formal French. It does mean that if you want to write, if you want to communicate with officials or in some serious situations, you should definitely use the two parts of the negative form. Okay, the important thing is to, well, listen. If you hear that the persons that you are talking to or you are talking with are not using this first part, then, well, why not? You know, just follow them and you can drop if you want the first part. Okay, je me lève pas. Okay, then futur proche, so je vais me lever. Then je vais pas me lever. Ok. Passé composé. Je me suis levé. Je me suis pas levé. Plus que parfait. Je m'étais levé will become je m'étais pas levé. Futur antérieur. Je me serais levé. Je me serais pas levé. Conditionnel passé. Je me serais levé. Je me serais pas levé. Okay? So remember, la forme négative, you should have two parts, or then it's possible to see one part. Okay? When you've got two parts, it's ne and then pas. Okay? Or then only pas, but then we are here dealing with informal French, so be careful, don't use that in all the situations. L'infinitif and then les modifications, and more precisely we will talk about reflexive verbs, okay, so infinitive. So let's start right now. And I've been thinking that it would be interesting to pick two verbs and maybe to take, well, actually, regarder first and then se regarder. Okay, so regarder means to look, and then se regarder, so it's the reflexive verb, so to look at yourself. Okay, so let's see now, because the idea is that when you've got two verbs, actually we take the futur proche as an example. So the futur proche, remember, it's this fake future in a way. When you use this I am going to and something is coming after, so we do the same in French. We use aller, to go, and then you put the second verb at the infinitive. So it's normally quite simple if you've got a normal verb in a way, but then when we start to construct that with the reflexive verbs, it can be a bit tricky, or it can be a bit strange at the beginning. So that's the reason why we'll see that together. So first person, je, and then, well, actually, if you want to use this futur proche form, I am going to look, it's quite simple, because you just put your subject, you put your verb here, to go, conjugated at the present form, je vais, and then you put the infinitive form, regarder. Okay, so in this situation, it is quite simple. But then the question is, how would you put that if you would use this reflexive verb, se regarder? Because the common mistake that actually my students tend to make is that they will put je vais, and clearly they will put the infinitive se regarder, which is logical in a way. It's a logical mistake, but then unfortunately for you, non, it should be like that. Je vais, and then se will have to be modified according to, well, here the subject. So here the subject is at the first person, so je, and then you will have to put me for the first person, regarder. Je vais me regarder. Okay? So here, je vais regarder, I am going to look. Je vais me regarder, I am going to look at myself. Okay? So that's the reason why here you will have to put this me and not se. Okay, so you should keep that in mind, because it will change, of course, for tu as well. So tu vas regarder, I mean, it's quite simple here. Tu vas, and then te regarder. Okay, so te for the second person. Il va regarder, and good news for you, it's actually quite simple. Il va se regarder. Okay, so for the third person, it will be se. Elle va regarder, and then same thing, elle va se regarder, well, because elle is also the third person of the singular. And then on as well, on va regarder, on va se regarder. Okay, so now for the first person of the plural, nous allons regarder, and then it will become nous allons nous regarder. Vous allez regarder, vous allez vous regarder. And then good news, third person of the plural, ils vont regarder, ils vont se regarder. Elles vont regarder, elles vont se regarder. Alright, so je, tu, and then il, elles, on. Keep in mind that if you construct this structure in which you get first a verb and then a second verb at the infinitive, and it's a reflexive verb, then it should be me and then the rest at the infinitive. If it's tu, it should be te and then the rest at the infinitive. Il, elles, on, it should be se and the rest at the infinitive. Nous, vous, il, elle, it should be nous, vous, and then se. Le passé surcomposé. Okay, so le passé surcomposé, and we start right now. So in this video, first we will see l'utilisation of le passé surcomposé, and then after that we will see la formation. Okay, so first, when do we use, so l'utilisation, and then la formation, how do we construct this passé surcomposé. Okay, so we can start now with l'utilisation. So keep in mind that we will use le passé surcomposé pour exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés exprimés au passé composé. So it may look a bit difficult that way, but then let's say that you want to express something in the past, and normally you will use this passé composé form that we've been using and we've been seeing previously. Okay, but then if you want to express some facts that have been happening before these past events, in that case, well, you will use, or you should use, le passé surcomposé. Well, actually, it's not really the case, because we've been seeing that we've got this plus que parfait tense, okay? And to be totally honest, yes, the second thing here, this passé surcomposé is nowadays quite rare. So, utilisation assez rare, okay? But then keep in mind that l'utilisation est plus fréquente dans le sud de la France. So if you travel, if you go in the south of France, then they will tend to use it a bit more often, but it is quite rare nowadays because people tend to use this plus que parfait instead of le passé surcomposé. Okay, but anyway, it does exist, it is used, okay, so we will see in this video how to make it. Alright, so let's see the timeline, and then let's imagine that this is the present. Okay, so this is now, and then we want to express something in the past, so we will use le passé surcomposé, sorry, le passé composé here. Okay, and then if you want to, as I said, express something that happened before this passé composé, so it's le passé surcomposé. Okay, so the present, le présent, and then the past, le passé composé, and even before, le passé surcomposé. Okay, so here is an example. Dès qu'il a eu bu son café, il est parti au travail. Okay, so it's a strange sentence maybe, but then let's have a look at it. And the first thing that we should spot here is this a eu bu. And then the second thing is est parti. Okay, so the first thing that we can see here, this a eu bu, okay, it's actually this passé surcomposé form. And then the second form here is the passé composé. Okay, so dès qu'il a eu bu son café, so this thing has been happening before, so he has been drinking his coffee. Then, okay, something that happens after, but it's still in the past, okay? Il est parti au travail. Okay, so the first event, okay, au passé surcomposé, and the second event here, au passé composé. So let's see how to make this passé surcomposé. Few examples first. So, first sentence, j'ai mangé au restaurant, it's le passé composé, okay, as we saw, you use whether avoir or être, okay, in most of the cases you will use avoir. You put that at the present form, and then after that you put this form that we call participe passé. Okay, so this is here le passé composé. Okay, so if you want to make le passé surcomposé, so it's an example here, j'ai eu mangé au restaurant. So you can see that the difference between the two, actually this manger form, so the participe passé, this past participle, doesn't change. So no changes here, okay? But this is this first part that will change. So if you can notice, in that case here, you've got avoir, and it's at the present form. And if you look carefully here, you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, let's take a second example here. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay, so exactly the same concept. The first sentence here is at the passé composé. So you get this avoir at the present tense, and then you get here the participe passé. Tu as regardé la télévision. I've got some problems with my mouse, sorry. And then the second sentence, tu as eu regardé la télévision. Okay, so we can see that it's exactly the same situation. We've got this regarder form, and it's exactly the same, so you don't really need to bother about that. And it's the first part that will change, okay, because here for the passé composé, you've got this verb avoir at the present, and here for this passé surcomposé, well, actually you've got avoir at the passé composé form. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in the last example, but then I wanted to take a verb, so aller, that will require être, you know, at the passé composé. Okay, so il est allé au travail. Okay, and in that case, remember exactly the same thing. So you put être instead of avoir, because that is one of these exceptions that will require être to make the passé composé. It is here at the present form. And here for this passé surcomposé, well, we will see exactly the same thing. We've got aller here, so the participe passé doesn't change. And then this first part here, well, actually it will be the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay, so I hope it's clear. I know it's a bit difficult at the beginning, but then keep in mind that the way to make this passé composé, it's actually quite simple. So first, you will use this avoir, okay, in most of the cases, of course. And then this avoir should be at the passé composé. Then you will put, as we saw, this participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Remember, in some cases, as we saw for aller, you will use être, but still, it's exactly the same concept. Être should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé, so exactly the same concept, and you will get your passé surcomposé form. Okay, so let's see the exceptions. So we saw that we've got aller. We do have arriver, so aller is to go, arriver, arrive. Descendre, descend or go down. Devenir, to become. Entrer, to come in or to enter. Monter, to go up. Mourir, to die. Naître, to born or be born. Partir, to leave. Rester, to stay. Retourner, to return or to come back. Sortir, to go out. Tomber, to fall. And then venir, to come. Okay, so remember that all these verbs will require être. Okay, and obviously some verbs will be constructed based on these verbs. Okay, so logically they will also require the verb être. Okay, remember also that well, the verb, as we say, les verbes pronominaux, okay, so the verb that will be constructed with this se in front of them, se regarder, or then it could be S apostrophe if we had a vowel, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs, les verbes pronominaux, will also require être for this passé surcomposé form. Okay? So let's see now, and let's try to refresh a little bit avoir and être at the passé composé, because that's the part that we'll need to use when we construct this passé surcomposé. So avoir at the passé composé goes like that. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il, and then elle, or on even, a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so it will be our first part of this passé composé, passé surcomposé, and then the second part will be être, so in some cases, as we saw previously, and être goes like that. J'ai été, tu as été, il, elle, and then on a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay, so same thing here. So it will be our first part for the exceptions that we saw previously. Remember that the second part, so we talked about this participe passé form. Well, actually it will be quite simple for the regular verbs. So the first group of regular verb is the group that will include all the verbs ending with er, exception is aller, as we saw, but then it's actually quite simple. Have a look at that. You get the infinitive form here ending with er. Okay, so this is the basic form of the verb. Okay, you just take this er away and you will replace it with accent aigu, and here you get this participe passé form. So parler will become parler. Phonetically it's the same, but then you write it differently. Regarder will become regarder. Okay, same rule. And then aller will become aller. So even if aller doesn't belong to this first group of regular verbs, actually when we talk about the construction of this participe passé form, well, it's quite regular as well. So nothing tricky there. The second group, okay, remember the verbs ending with er, okay, but not all of them, because it's a common mistake, not all of them are following these rules, because we've got another group of er verbs that will belong to the third group, so irregular verbs. But I mean, this actually we're talking in that case about the regular verbs ending with er, okay? And it will be quite simple as well, because have a look, you've got the basic form here, choisir, er, okay? And then you just take it away and you replace it with I. So you will get, so choisir will become choisi. Then finir will become fini. Unir will become uni. Alright, so it's not really difficult. So if we're talking about the regular verbs from the first group here and the second group here, they are quite easy to make if we talk about this participe passé form. Okay, so let's see now the third group, few exceptions, few categories and subcategories. So, but then connaître will become connu. Okay, voir will become vu. Partir, even if it belongs to the third group, well, it's actually quite simple. It will become parti. Rire will become ri. Écrire will become écrit. Dire will become dit. Mettre will become mis. Prendre will become pris. Okay? So let's see few examples, or we'll take the verb parler, so quite regular verb, and we'll put that at the passé surcomposé. Okay, so remember we had the first part here, so avoir at the passé composé, so we've been saying that, and then the second part, this participe passé, you just put it here. J'ai eu parler. Tu as eu parler. Il, elle, on a eu parler. Nous avons eu parler. Vous avez eu parler. Ils ont eu parler. Elles ont eu parler. Okay? And you can see that as we are constructing this passé surcomposé form with avoir, in all the cases, we will keep this accent aigu here, so we don't put any mark for the feminine or for the plural here. Okay, so it will be all the time a here. But then remember that it will behave exactly the same way as all the compound tenses if you use a verb, like aller for instance, that will require être and not avoir. So in that case, you will have to put, like here, the feminine form at the end of your participe passé. So remember that is the mark of the feminine. Okay? So, il a été allé, but then you don't put anything because it's the masculine, so you should put the basic form. In that case, you get elle, okay, and then, well, it's a feminine, singular feminine, you should put this at the end of your participe passé. Phonetically, you don't hear it. It goes like aller, so exactly the same thing as here, or the same way. So, elle a été allée. So if we respect the logic, then for the masculine plural, we should add at the end this S. So S is the mark of the plural, okay? So ils ont été allés. And then logically as well, if we put the feminine and the plural form, so elle, so first we will add a mark of the feminine, then S mark of the plural. And you will get elles ont été allées. So the good news is that phonetically it's aller here, aller, aller, aller. So it's the same. You don't pronounce this final you don't pronounce this final S here. Okay, so it's exactly the same, but keep in mind that if you want to write correctly, you should put them. So if we put the full form, j'ai été allé, okay, with the option of the feminine. Tu as été allé, option of the feminine as well. Il a été allé, so in that case, it's the masculine form. Elle a été allée, and here it's the feminine form. Nous avons été allés, so you put the plural at the end. Vous avez été allés. Ils ont été allés, okay, and in that case you've got the plural only, so masculine because you don't have anything else, and then elles ont été allées, here you've got the feminine plural, so and S. So let's remember how to construct this passé surcomposé. Well, actually the first part, and in almost all the cases it will be avoir, okay, and avoir should be at the passé composé form. Then you will put your participe passé form as usual for all these compound tenses in French. So, and you will get this passé surcomposé, okay? In some cases, as we saw, we can use être, okay, but then the rules stay the same, so it should be at the passé composé. Then you will put your participe passé form, and you will get your passé surcomposé. Okay, so keep in mind that it is quite rare nowadays. I mean, to be really honest, it is quite rare, but still that's the way it works. And then if you hear any passé surcomposé, well, you will know what they are. Okay, les participes passés irréguliers, because they are quite important, especially if you want to make some compound tenses, or if you want to use some compound tenses, you will have to use les participes passés, and in many cases you will use irregular verbs, so we'll need to cover them right now. So the concept is quite simple. We will first put this verb at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Then we'll have the translation, la traduction in English. And after that, we will have le participe passé, okay, so the form that we want to remember. So let's start right now. Absoudre, absous. Abstenir, abstenu. Abstraire, abstrait. Accroître, accru. Acquérir, acquis. Adjoindre, adjoint. Admettre, admis. Advenir, advenu. Apercevoir, aperçu. apparaître, apparu, appartenir, appartenu, apprendre, appris, asseoir, assis, astreindre, astreint, atteindre, atteint, attraire, attrait, avenir, avenue, avoir, eu, boire, bu, braire, brais, bruire, bruit, circoncire, circoncis, circonscrire, circonscrit, clore, clos, commettre, commis, comparaître, comparu, complaire, complu, comprendre, compris, compromettre, compromis, concevoir, conçu, conclure, conclu, confire, confie, conjoindre, conjoint, connaître, connu, conquérir, conquis, contenir, contenu, contraindre, contraint, contredire, contredit, contrefaire, contrefait, contrevenir, contrevenu, convenir, convenu, coudre, cousu, couvrir, couvert, craindre, craint, croire, cru, croître, cru, décevoir, déçu, découdre, décousu, découvrir, découvert, décrire, décrit, décroître, décru, dédire, dédit, défaire, défait, déjoindre, déjoint, démettre, démis, dépeindre, dépeint, déplaire, déplu, déprendre, dépris, désapprendre, désappris, d'éteindre, d'éteint, détenir, détenu, devenir, devenu, devoir, dû, dire, dit, disconvenir, disconvenu, disjoindre, disjoint, disparaître, disparu, dissoudre, dissous, distraire, distrait, éclore, éclos, écrire, écrit, élire, élu, emboire, embu, émettre, émis, déconfire, déconfit, émouvoir, ému, empreindre, emprunt, enceindre, enceint, enclore, enclos, enfreindre, enfreint, enjoindre, enjoint, enquérir, enquis, entreapercevoir, entreaperçu, entreapercevoir, entreaperçu, entrenuire, entrenuit, entremettre, entremis, entreprendre, entrepris, entretenir, entretenu, entr'ouvrir, entr'ouvert, éprendre, épris, éteindre, éteint, étreindre, étreint, être, été, exclure, exclu, extraire, extrait, faire, fait, feindre, fin, forclore, forclos, frire, frit, geindre, geint.